Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf here, and our mental has slowly begun repairing from yesterday's shenanigans. How are you feeling, Wolf?
It's a great time to be a bro-lever, Atlas. Right now, 2-0 on the west side of the bracket. Gingy on the east side. They need a win tonight over Breon to make sure they're in the top half of the LCK standings. And I think that we all expect that Gingy will take this series, but Bro has surprised us before. Remember, Reddit Breon, of course, in the past, over the last few years, normally struggled against teams they might beat or teams they're close to, but usually punched up and took out teams like Damwon Kia back in 2021. It could be another one of those nights where the King-slaying Breon return, Lord Morgan in the top lane, Umpty's back. It should be a good best of three. On paper, it seems like it's not going to be, but I have a feeling, you know, I want to be a believer.
Well, it could definitely happen. As you can see, this is the reality that we're in. Bro are equal second alongside T1. D plus Kia have not lost a game so far. They are still looking good despite having some shaky moments in their previous series, but otherwise I think you could probably say that they're definitely a team to look out for. Of course, T1 do have a game to play before they face D plus Kia on Saturday in our Saturday showdown. But Gingy, as you can see, sitting in 6th place, which is not where they want to be. Getting into points of the match here, the first consecutive win since opening day for Bro. Will they keep the momentum? They have never actually won their first 2 matches consecutively ever since they were Najin.
Yep.
Like, it has just never happened for Bro ever at all. So, an absolutely historic moment here, and I'm glad that we're all here to witness it. The rise of Bro. The Bro memento is definitely becoming a thing, as Peanut's win rate against Umpty might be a brush with reality.
It might be a brush with reality, but Bro memento may become Bro momentum right now.
Precisely, see? Yep.
2-0 start, right? Umpty's had some great games. Peanut has looked like he's had some ups and downs so far at the beginning of the season. Pays has never played Lucian this season. Henna has played only Lucian. So you can see the matchup here becomes quite defined, right? But with Gingy having side selection here, I think we might see some changes here going into the draft. But Henna and Effort here up against Pays, and Delight faces off against his former team. It's a really cool storyline and how this is all shaking out, because in a lot of ways, Henna is a veteran. Now, is he one of the LCK's famed veterans? Not yet, but he has had a great season so far. See how he performs tonight.
Well, let's see. Gingy will be making their way out onto LOL Park first. They are the home team this time around. They've elected to head towards the blue side, as Delight is going to have to face down an obscene level of Giga Chad coming from the other side of the rift when he's so used to being the man wielding that level of power.
Gingy, I mean, so far, Atlas, they played only 4 games. They were 2-0'd by T1, then they 2-0'd DRX. And in the loss against T1, they looked respectable, but still a little bit shaky, still finding that synergy. The win against DRX, I think, made DRX look a little bit weaker, but we didn't still feel like Gingy have returned to the form with their previous roster last year, their defending championship roster of the LCK with Ruler, right? So it's a big test again here for Pays, but it's a matchup you expect to win, and I could see if we do see the upset tonight as here is Breon walking out. If Gingy lose to this team tonight, it could be the beginning of a slippery slope for a rocky first round robin where a little bit of confidence is lost.
That's very true. However, the momentum for the Bros is going to be absolutely massive if they're able to take a win here. Of course, Morgan, very well acquainted with Chovy's playstyle, having played with him all across the world. Being able to get to those quarterfinals with Harmer Life Esports was absolutely a miracle run for the squad. But that is all in the past. He is now a Bro, and what feels like a Bro for life. He has really encompassed what this team means. Umpty as well, we almost didn't have him on Breon.
It was so close
this year. It was, but not to be the case this time yet. He is once again back with his squad. As I think we're going to get into the key player matchup very, very quickly.
It's a really unusual one, right? One of the most hyped rookies to join the LCK versus a player that I think most people were not high on ever at any point in his career. I mean, Henna has he has had some great moments on specific champions, right? His Varus is the standout. He's had a few good moments on Aphelios. Everyone remembers his mistake he made on Aphelios with the flash play last year. Flash Gale forces into death.
Oh, God, yeah, no.
And stuff like this. But the one thing I will say about Henna always is he plays pretty confidently and sometimes to his detriment. But when Breon are winning, as they are now, and he's 4-1 on Lucian, the only champion he's played this season, as Genji, you have to respect that. I think you need to draft around it and be prepared because Umpty is putting his resources bottom side. He's getting Henna ahead. And the numbers here are almost exactly the same for these two players, despite the fact that they've played completely different roles, right? It's the late game carry for Pays, it's Lucian here for Henna, and if you give this guy money, his gold efficiency is really high right now. He is just not messing up the leads he gets.
Yeah, and Umpty has been outspoken saying that he's very happy to give that money to Henna, actually rely on him to carry, which is a big difference from last year. Another big difference is the Lucian. He wasn't confident on the pick whatsoever in summer of 2022, and now coming into spring of 2023, he's definitely making us realize that he's put a fair bit of time into the Lucian and has been playing it very, very well. Whether they get it this game is going to be a big question mark, and I think a lot of us want to see things like, you know, the Caitlyn Lux again. That was a lot of fun yesterday. Yeah. We saw a few other things that weren't Lucian and Zeri, and I want Valdez to be okay. You know, I think any more Lucian Zeri matchups, and we may be getting him too close to the edge. You know.
Yeah, I am worried about his sanity.
Yeah.
Amongst ours and people like Cadril have lost it on stream, and it's a very figured out meta. It's very solved in a lot of ways, and sometimes I like metas like that because it's fun to see who's really the best when there's no question about what is the strong pick, right?
And also it gives a lot of power to actually having those surprise picks as well.
Yeah, and some teams,
sort of things.
And some teams that are weak at drafting, for example, actually excel in metas like this where the drafting equation doesn't matter as much because it is just so solved, and you know what those first 3 picks are going to be. As soon as the blue B1 pick comes through, that's it. Yep. You know what's going to happen, right? And this
Edgar,
may be another one of those situations.
Edgar back, of course, had COVID alongside Effort as well. In fact, the entire coaching staff of Breon were having to coach from home. So now all of the bro boys actually here in LoL Park to get this one done. So definitely a great thing. Hopefully they stay healthy for the rest of the year. Same to be said for Genji and all of the players here at the LCK. Is definitely good that we do have these solutions in order. We've gotten pretty good at that over the last few years. But now, here we are, into pick and ban for game number 1. Bro on the red side, Genji on the blue side. They'll be banning that Ashe first up, which I think a lot of people are pretty happy to see.
The Rise ban is going to come through here on red side for Breon because they want to keep that Lucian as an option, right? And not going to be banning it here. Well, I say that. We're not going to see Henna play Lucian today in this first game. The expectation I had going into this is they do not ban it. They see if Genji want to take it or if Pays is just going to go back to the Zeri, and then they try to opt into that matchup even on red side here. But clearly with a different idea is Yuumi will also be taken off the board. Varus?
Ban's weird.
Now, Varus, I think you take Varus here because you know Henna's so good at Varus. You're like, you banned the Lucian and now you're not playing Varus. Might just be a Zeri game here.
It could be, but banning the Yuumi means that you don't get the Zeri Yuumi.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't think Bro needed to make that decision necessarily. I think they probably knew that the Varus was what was incoming.
Karma Israel still a strong option here for Breon, and it looks like that's probably what they're going to do if they're not wanting to opt into that Varus lane, because that could be so frustrating to play against. There's a few variations. Obviously, the Ashe is gone, but both the Karma that could be taken away and the Heimerdinger are ways to push into the Zeri, make her life miserable in the laning phase. But this is going to be a very different look for Henna this game around. He's going to have to stabilize through the mid game and make sure that he doesn't actually fall behind what can be a strong 2v2 with the Varus pick here.
Yeah. Well, Genji, now to round out their first 3 picks of this pick phase, likely to see something like a Heimerdinger that hasn't necessarily been doing very well here in the LCK, but I don't think that is to do with Heimer's power level, and he lanes very well alongside the Varus. There that goes. Likely to be a Wukong come through after that, as we're probably going to get at least Peanut's pick. He could also go for the Elise,
Yeah,
if he wants to be a bit more aggressive.
It's not too bad here. I think Wukong into Sejuani has been extremely strong in the LCK. You can duel early, you can follow with red buff and take the Sejuani out or force a flash if you invade. And with the bottom side, it's going to be kind of neutralized by Heimer versus Karma.
Oh, I love it.
Very early Sylas pick here. Coming through for Cho. We usually see this in the second phase, but he wants to pick it up to make sure that's not banned away. And we will see Henna, looks like, maybe flip over to the Jin pick, making the Karma more flexible. Now, I think if you try to flex this Karma, you're going to have a big problem in terms of the 2v2, so I think it's not likely. But it does keep Genji guessing a little bit here as to what could happen as we move into the rest of this draft.
Yep, could also, you know, be the life strategy of Jin support. Interestingly enough, Paze is the other one that has actually played Jin in the AD carry role, so Henna going to be doing much what Paze has already figured out. As the Wukong, like we were talking about, going to be banned away first up here, and that is the risk that you take with that Sylas pickup.
I think they should ban Syndra, Genji should, because Karis having Syndra plus the Karma here and the Jin is just so much single target damage. Varus can get vulnerable, Heimerdinger is going to be vulnerable because there's Sejuani ult to think about too, and even the Sylas can be under threat because of all the CC that they have and long-range follow-up damage. See if they let that one through, because that's the mid pick that screams at you right now if you're Brionne. As they're going to target Peanut on their side a little bit, take away that Wukong meta pick, and Doran's Cassante that he's looked really strong on so far this season.
Yeah, it's going to be taken away. And it's interesting, Wolf, because we still have that Elise up and available. I think that Peanut would be very happy to go towards it, as Renekton's going to be taken off the board. There's the Jax. And so now I assume we get Gnar Elise.
I think that's one of the best options here. I don't think Fiora is going to really... It's a skill matchup you can play out, but it's really high variance. This comp. Now, Genji have great macro, and as much as I love my bros and their 2-0, they haven't been able to keep up in that regard. It's mostly about late-game team fights and 5v5s they force, where they're finding a lot of success. Hasn't really been about the side laning so much, and you can play this matchup out really well, and you've got the Vi on your side here in this case. You know, we've seen Vi's into Fiora have a lot of problems, but you pick up the Vi yourself here as Peanut, you have a lot of power on that bottom side. I think it still feels good to go Syndra here for Brionne. Now, you will lack a lot of consistent AP damage if you do that, because Syndra's more burst-oriented. You're going to have to play it like a pick comp if that's what you want to do. You could still play Azir, and that's what it looks like Karis is going to opt into here, because it's going to be good for mid-game team fighting. There's a lot of peel here. You can get a little bit of prio mid early. Brionne need to control Drakes in this game. Make sure that this Heimerdinger doesn't get out of control. Setup on the Drake is going to be so hard for Brionne, because running to Varus poke, where he is going to park and poke. Heimerdinger is going to drop turrets, right? You've got a Sylas who's going to be building Rod of Ages. I think this game is going to be a tough side laning opponent, because you have the 1-3-1 Genji can set up here. If you fall behind at any moment in the early mid here as Brionne, I think this comp might just fall flat on its face.
I agree. I think that it's a bit of a worry. The other thing that's really cool about, if they had have gone towards that Syndra pick, you can pick up and throw around the turrets. That's a bit of fun. Yeah. You know, the Heimerdinger value goes down just a little bit if she is picked up. Also, ultimate not very high value into the Sylas. Can run into some problems in the mid game. Sylas just gets so tanky with his Rod of Ages build that it's very, very hard to keep him off you. So a little bit more safe is the Azir with Shifting Sands as well as that Emperor's Divide, but now you give that big ultimate over to Chovy. And we know Chovy pretty good at using that particular ultimate. His Sylas has always been pretty fantastic. And
yeah.
Team Morgan fans. Just the best ones.
The best ones.
Let's be honest.
It's factual at this point. Effort, likewise, by the way, we talked about Henna playing only the Lucian as a result. Of course, Effort has only played the Nami so far this season. So we haven't gotten a good read on what Effort's Enchantress support power level is right now. It's so important in this meta. And I wouldn't call Nami an Enchantress support. It's just a Lucian tag team duo. You are forced into it. Right now, I think a different skill set going to be shown here with this Karma pick.
Yep, and I think that Effort will have a fair bit of power in that early stage of the game. We'll see how they do as we hop onto the Rift for our first game of the day.
환영합니다.
Interesting, we didn't have the little zoom in of our teams in the fountain. We instead just got straight into the action. Kind of cool, you know? It reminds me of the old times.
Yeah. Somebody may have, you know, botched the recording or something like that, but I like to think that it was an intentional choice just to remind everyone of the old glory days.
Yeah, me too. Well, Pace gonna get a bit of damage here. Okay. All right, Effort. All right. Delight definitely wanting to get this ward. They will be able to do so. They'll sacrifice a bit of their health bars to do it.
Yep.
Effort will have that mantra back off cooldown pretty dang soon.
It will soon, and building up some of that damage here early on, as will be the Scorch on the Karma, of course. Aftershock here for the Sejuani, so it can get more into the thick of things. And it's that first strike variation with Dematerializer that we've seen so much for rushing out the Rod of Ages as soon as possible, the magical footwear.
Yep. Press the attack on Peanut as well, definitely wanting to get pretty aggressive, as Heimerdinger has been having some struggles here in the LCK. We'll see whether Delight can pick up a win on the champion for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, could be the case. As you know, I mean, it's a very strong pick right now, but it's banned a lot. It's very niche because it's just not opted into too much. With the Lucian ban, he starts to come out, right? You know, that's when he'll peek into the Rift here. And already some good trades here for Genji.
Yep. Things are pretty heated towards this bottom side. As you can see, some low health bars. So far, it looks like the lane state is sort of balancing out, despite a lot of buttons being pressed. Delight, that was very cute. Blocking the Mantra Q. That's fantastic.
That's what you like to see. Pays taking a few extra hits here, unfortunately, in this early part of the lane. And turrets are temporary. Karma Mantra is always going to keep coming back up. Pays also, in this matchup, running out of mana pretty quickly. Is going to eat that cookie now as it gets low to get the maximum value out of it.
Another one.
Yep. But when you do that, you know, you save your health, but you do lose, you know, based on where you place that turret, a little bit of actual momentum in the lane.
True. But still, it's very cute. And it is especially cute now that Delight can play around this one as well. As but looking to clear things out.
That was slick from Pays, gets the cannon in and dodges the Q as well.
Yeah. So far, it's been pretty intricate, this lane. But Henna and Effort, if you have a look at the farm, definitely doing a good job. As Umpty's going to walk over a ward, knows that it's there, we'll just clear that one out.
And they're going to set up some deep vision here on bottom side so that they know that they can continue to push like this without getting punished. Actually doesn't ward that try. So he has a sweeper at the moment, but has that ward on Raptor. So still has a few ways to spot out any sort of gank coming over from Peanut on this Vi. Speaking of, pathing topside here, take these Krugs. Umpty's going to come up here and find they are missing.
Yeah. As we'll see with the Peanut, he's going to go for some sort of dive attempt or anything aggressive towards Morgan on that top side. I love the vision toggle. As we see the Krug go for a bit of a journey. Chovy moving on over here, and yeah, camp denial, not really a thing so much anymore, but just getting out of there. Peanut took the big one, and so that's going to be enough for him. Bottom side of the map, Krug going to be spawning pretty soon. Peanut just gets the Rift Scuttler. Now he's looking to make his way elsewhere. Raptor camp just spawning.
I love how Peanut uses or rather Chovy uses those dematerializers to actually gain that prio here early in a matchup where sometimes that can go away from you, and then come over and make sure that Peanut can get the steal on those Krugs safely, and might even pick up a kill on Umpty if he was coming over a little bit faster. So just kind of shadowing his jungler himself from the mid lane. Still holding on to that third dematerializer now.
Yeah. As Delight getting a bit of damage onto Henna. Just trying to get some pressure. As you can see, Henna makes his way back down again. 10 CS the difference. The Jhin actually laning very well alongside this Karma so far in the early game. But really, not a whole lot to talk about when it comes to any advantages or anything like that. Bit of a gentleman's agreement between the two squads.
Yeah, you know, normally in the old days, a game state like this, we wouldn't start talking about how it's calm at 5 minutes. It's still pretty early, right? But with Lucian Nami and the level 3s we've seen all season long, nothing's happened by 5 minutes. Everybody's got summoners. kind of like, man, what a slow one.
Yeah, it definitely is. As Chovy 25-8 on the Sylas so far. Has always absolutely loved melee champions just in general, and Sylas is one that he's had a lot of success with in the past, as the stats do let us know. Very cool to see him back on it one more time. We know as well that he's been pretty outspoken, saying that Azir is pretty boring and he doesn't like it at all. So good to know that Chovy's happy on this side of the matchup.
Peanut here knows Umpty's nearby because of that control ward that was just cleared, and I don't think they can start this one up, I'm afraid. Umpty's taking a bit of damage here. Peanut just lurking around.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of shadowing here. He's going to be able to come through, clear out some vision. You can see Rocket actually just barely landing. Pays decides to take the W from Henna.
Peanut's one of those jungle players that, you know, I kept calling him the brain jungler last season because he was just so smart. His pathing was incredible. This is another example of one of those games where he takes Krugs away top side, is communicating well with Chovy so they can make sure that play is safe, knows the control ward that he dropped is probably going to get cleared, but he's willing to make the investment just so he can be their bottom side, track where Umpty is, and then potentially set up for a gank if Henna and Effort try to play aggressively there around that Drake. They can't take the Drake, can't push the lane. Going to take a back timing here now. Chovy, or rather Peanut, playing this very aggressively in the early game, but not in a ganking sort of way, just with a aggressively getting information type playstyle here.
Yeah, it's like aggressive surveillance.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing at the moment, but not actually finding anything to separate these two teams any significant amount. As Doran not actually going to spot Umpty moving over here just yet. There's the flash. This Counter-Strike was held very, very nicely to make sure that Riposte didn't get anything done. The Dragon is going to be taken there by Gen G. The flash expended from Doran. So I guess you could say if there's a return gank onto Doran, maybe it is something that can be equalized by Bro. Okay, Peanut, right. Cease and desist is going to come in there as now Effort trying to get out. Chovy looking to make his way in, lands the chains. Emperor's Divide is going to push him all the way under the turret though, and the first blood will go to Peanut. Karis goes down as well. It's a double. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Doran solo kills Morgan.
Yeah, flashless Doran just gets the kill up there top side. Morgan must have been pretty low and ends up getting caught by a riposte. We have to imagine. We'll see what happens in the replay. This is definitely an exchange that favors Gen G. This is the timing where Catalyst gets picked up here for Chovy on that back timing, in the Death Chamber back timing, but it's actually like he's not losing too much from this. His teleport's coming up here fairly soon, and Gen G are now looking to take this Herald. So both objectives going in their favor. Massive gold lead picked up here too.
Oh yeah, this is huge. Morgan going to dive into the pit as Peanut's very low. He's going to be taken out immediately. Eye is secured by Doran as he's now looking to try and get out. Not going to be able to do so as Permafrost comes in. So 2 kills for the secure of the Eye. Both opportunistic, one could say.
Yeah, and both of them go to Morgan. So Gen G felt like they had enough space here to actually pull this off. But Chovy isn't back to lane just yet. His TP, as I was mentioning, is just coming up, so he can't instantly go back. So we're going to watch this solo kill here. Yeah, like I mentioned, he's pretty low. And then, yeah, Counter-Strike here not going to do you any favors. Doran kills him with the ult.
Yeah. Doesn't flash, doesn't leap strike. Just don't really worry about it.
This is pretty well handled here from Karis. Stays to the top side of this turret, knocks Chovy back. Chovy's reaction time so quick here, the timing of it also pulls him in. So it will be a trade up for Gen G, but I thought Karis handled that extremely well, all things considered. Peanut's super low here, and Delight has a turret to block out Umpty, he thinks, I suppose, is the idea here. If Timer rotates up faster, feels like you win this matchup because you have longer term damage here, but Peanut's too low, and Timer doesn't do that much damage.
No. So just a little bit biting off more than they could chew on the side of Gen G. However, they're still with a slight advantage. There's Peanut getting himself over here, stays out of vision. As Morgan still hasn't flashed. Has a slight CS advantage though, after those couple of kills.
Trying to keep this wave in a nice spot here towards his turret.
Oh dear, okay.
Instant reaction there after he drops the ward. You'll pay that ward.
Absolutely. That's a high value ward. Yeah. Does immediately turn into money for Doran. But Morgan is going to say thank you for allowing me to keep my flash, Mr. Ward.
Yep.
As Peanut is just thinking about doing it again. Umpty clearing out vision. They know exactly what's going on. Counter-Strike going to be used as now Peanut makes his way forward. The Grand Challenge has been issued. We'll see whether they can actually get it, and they do. But the Fiora already falls down, and Umpty is going to allow that 1-for-1 to happen.
I think this might actually just be a pretty significant edge here for Morgan in this trade, because that's his 3rd kill now on this Jax. I mean, he has a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's going to be a side lane problem so much earlier on, and the Fiora, despite playing that well and getting a solo kill earlier, it's not by Doran's fault at all, but he's just going to have big problems coming up here very soon. And I think it was a bit greedy, actually, for Peanut to commit like that, because they knew, they should have known that Umpty is there because of the way that Morgan decided to counter-strike there and go forward. They still commit to the fight instead of backing out there. And even though you trade even, quote-unquote, you know, it's a 3rd kill going over to Morgan here.
Yeah, Morgan just... it's making it look like that first death was intentional. You know, you lull them into a false sense of security, you hold on to your flash, and you allow that flash to be used to grab yet another kill. So 3-2-0 on this Jax. I don't know how it's working, but it is, despite that solo kill from going down.
And, you know, the 3 kills on a Jax versus 3 kills on a Vi, I know which one of those sides I'd want to be on. You know, in terms of where the money is. And I'm going to drop a Rift Herald here to keep Doran as close to as possible to what the gold difference is right now. Trying to put that one a little bit closer to 0 here.
That is a lot of plate money. Yeah. Going over to a Fiora, who is going to press the riposte button. And that means that Morgan not going to actually be able to pick up a lot of this farm under the turret. Nicely done there from Doran, as Chovy doesn't find the chains, but I don't think he wanted to. Just quietly. 1,000 gold the difference, as Chemtech Drake going to be up and available. Gen.G already have that 1 Infernal Drake to their name, as chains connect onto Karis, but not exactly something that Chovy wants to hard commit for.
Nope. And they will actually wrestle control away of this zone, have the Drake Prio with a Heimerdinger. Bro are really trying to set up these rushes where they punish somebody, but it's not that kind of comp yet, unless it's a Heimer.
Exactly right. Deadly Flourish is going to help lock Dolite down even further. Emperor's Divide comes in, but it's a little late to save the little Yordle. And Bro are going to pick up yet another kill. The Dragon now going to be something very difficult for Gen.G to take as Chovy makes his way back mid.
Pei's trying to get maybe a plate down here bottom side. Henna taking the long way around because Peanut is still in the area and didn't ult in that exchange, so he has to take a very safe route. So it looks like plate's going down, 2 of them up to here for Pei's. So Pei's getting a lot of extra money out of this, so not the worst case scenario. And it looks like they're going to be able to take this Drake away because Jin has to catch the wave. Kara still has ult, but isn't going to get it further. They're just 2 zoned out, and with Delight rotating back over now, what looked like a pretty disastrous situation objective-wise here for Gen.G, it's going to go their way.
Yeah.
That being said, the Soul has been announced. It's not what Gen.G were hoping for with the 2 Drake lead.
Not a fantastic one, as the Ocean Soul is going to be on offer. Of course, you got some mana-free champions, I guess. I don't know. Not the greatest of news. Ocean does help the Fiora in a side lane quite well, as you can continue fighting, get a bunch of that health back. But yeah, it's a bit of coping going on when it comes to that. As Karis just get interrupted. Peanut, nice bit of damage there as Umpty's going to come on down.
Fiora up here topside, despite those kills going to Morgan, Doran is just outplaying him. He's a level down, and he's going to take this turret out and may even look for more.
Yeah, I think Morgan may be dead. As, all right, Counter-Strike does come in. The flash comes out, and he gets over the wall. All right, Doran, let's see whether you can chase him down. He'll settle for the ward, I guess. And Morgan will live to see another day.
Yeah. But his turret, however, down here, and really frustrating situation all around here from Morgan. Despite having those kills here, Doran is just outplaying him, getting those vitals, and with the Demolish, takes the turret out very quickly here, picks up a lot of extra gold. So all the plate money he picked up and the turret itself means that deficit doesn't feel so bad here anymore. Still a little bit behind in experience, but knows the gold. He's up 530 now.
Absolutely. Things are definitely going well for Doran. If you want to see the bro side of it, I mean, Morgan knew he was going to lose his turret, you know, that's fine. But instead what he got was Doran's flash. Yeah. For free. Right? So, I mean, the Bro perspective, it's pretty clearly Bro advantage there towards that top side. As Chovy with the Glacial Prison in hand, thinking about starting a fight. Pays just holding onto this mid lane, as the lethality Varus is very good at doing.
Big rotation here for Breon towards the bottom side. It looked like to guarantee that Morgan could push this turret down, but they don't heavily commit any further. And Chovy's going to show up down their bottom side to defend. Can they grab Delight again?
Well, we'll see. Pays is going to be the target. He is going to get snared by the Deadly Flourish. Does manage to cleanse to get out of the prison, though, and Bro will back away. They'll say, got summon a spell. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, and Chovy defends bottom turret here, so they don't actually get anything with that big commitment of all their players, and this is going to be another Rift Herald to crash now mid. Genji just taking more and more structure gold off of the map here. It's not going to go down from the charge, but they could commit.
Morgan taking a bit of damage here. Blast Cone gets him ever further away, as Bro will be able to defend the outer turret. Lying in wait in this brush. Chovy there as well, as now Morgan over to the side. They don't know Chovy's in the vicinity. Counter-strike on cooldown. Chovy still holding onto the button. Finally throws the prison. And Umpty just going to basically ignore it. Not exactly taking too much damage there, as the altered grenade not going to do much there from Delight. Doesn't find Henna, but the outer turret does fall. This is a weird game, Wolf. I don't know, there's something about it. It's just making me feel weird.
Well, it's one of those games where Genji are trading a lot of objectives, or, you know, in terms of, like, they've traded a lot of kills, but they have always traded up on objectives. There are now 3 turrets at 17 minutes here. It feels like 2022 Spring T1, where no matter what play you think you're making as Bro, you kind of get out-rotated and then lose structures on the map. And with 4 objectives, 2 Drakes, 2 Heralds here, Genji have just absolutely been able to control this. And when you look at how this last exchange happened, it's just because Genji have so many threats. Bro want to group and punish, and even though Peanut goes in with no support, Bro kite back, they walk away, the Deadly Flourish doesn't connect there, Henna misses it, so they don't actually lock him down, and the rest of the team is using this Varus wave clear to push a wave in to kill the turret after the charge. So 3 turrets this early on. It's just kind of the macro story we were talking about with Bro that we were a little bit concerned about.
Yeah. Because it honestly didn't really feel like they were losing that badly. But now I look at the top of the screen and it's like close to 5,000 gold, which is a very considerable lead. The 0 turrets to 3, definitely, like you say, bit of a giveaway as far as gold advantage is concerned. But still, the lead really has ballooned pretty quickly in favor of Genji right now. And they have one of these compositions that gets very powerful at about this stage of the game.
Yeah.
You know, 2 item spike for Pays, very, very large. Chovy, as soon as he picks up his Zhonya's, extremely strong. As Umpty's going to get turned on there. Cease and desist, the chains will connect as well. The ult comes through from Delight, and that's going to help secure the kill as Pays picks it up. Genji, another one.
So much single target damage here for Genji's comp too if you actually get the initial lockdown. It's really easy to follow up with that Delight damage. You have so much damage from Pays. Doesn't even need to ult in that last fight. And Genji now going to take Soul Point here at, you know, sub 19 minutes. So they're kind of pushing this very quickly, taking every single objective on the map. And Breon just have not been able to respond. And you see these group ups where Chovy's on a side, and it's very difficult to actually set up properly. Doran has to push here mid. You don't have a mid turret. And what do? Half of Breon walks away, the other half still trying to challenge for this vision here, and then Chovy comes in and collapses. They don't even need to commit, like I said, Pays his ultimate. And Bro walk away with nothing from this.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, especially when Genji can so comfortably transition to 1-3-1 that they have employed right now. Peanut can very comfortably take away a lot of Umpty's jungle now, because having control of all 3 lanes just means the enemy jungle becomes yours, basically. 1-3-1 when you're winning feels very, very good. Genji certainly winning at this stage of the game. It's by no means over or anything like that. Jax can certainly get to a good spot, especially with those 3 kills that he's picked up. But Blade of the Ruined King, pretty far away. And Umpty's struggling to make any of these engages actually work out, as Peanut just being frustrating, always in the face of Bro.
He really is, and minus that top dive where, you know, we did see the pick go over, he's just never really been punished for how aggressively he's pushed in. He's both clearing vision and getting information while also threatening kills. You know, it's a Jhin composition, right? So if he ends up finding the Jhin or finding Karis there, might be able to force a flash. So he's both threatening, but then also just kind of saying, all right, you guys can't really move around this zone of the map, so it's difficult to take objectives, difficult to set up. And if you play this Vi aggressively, that's super far ahead, by the way. Talk about which 3-kill champion we'd rather have, but if it's which 3-kill player I'd rather have, it's Peanut, right? He's using the lead that he has extremely well, and so he buys space for Heimerdinger turret setup around these objectives, for example. And you know, this comp needs some time to set up for the side for Chovy so he can come in and collapse, but Peanut's buying so much space for them. Yeah.
One of the shortest teleports of all time is Morgan and Chovy going to get reacquainted. The chain lash does connect, but not over the wall. Peanut will, sorry, Chovy will let him go. No flash is going to be employed. Possibly could have grabbed it if you had it flashed after him, but it's Jax. He has Leap Strike, has his own flash. Probably worth just walking away.
I do agree. And I think right now, Gen.G are basically considering, hey, let's potentially start Baron. You know, we're on 2-item Varus. It's not the highest damage in the world, but you have so much vision control. Bro have no turrets to operate on. And if you start the Baron and Bro don't respond, then you get it, and it'll take a while. But your turn is also really good with this lead with Sylas Vi. And you could side lane while you're doing this. You can side lane on the opposite side when Doran has teleport. He doesn't have it right now, but you could pull the Jax down at least. So Gen.G just going to operate around Baron because it's the only objective left on the map. I mean, they've taken everything else. They took all the outer turrets. They've taken all the Drakes. I mean, there's nothing else for them to do except set up Heimerdinger turrets and say, walk at me, bro. Quite literally in this case.
And the thing is, like, they also don't even need to start the Baron, right? Because as long as they get Bro to respond to a theoretical Baron, then they've won. Because you just sit Sylas or Fiora or both in these side lanes and just say, well, we're going to take a turret.
Yeah, Chovy's Rod's been done for a little while now, too. And he's sitting on level 15. He is pretty big. He's very difficult to kill. He's got a needlessly large rod and half his own his. You can't decide what he wants to build next.
I actually really love that. I kind of respect just building an arm guard for the extra armor if you are going to be side laning against potentially Morgan. But you don't need to build a Zhonya's until you've broken your stopwatch.
Yeah.
And so he's just going to go for more damage in the meantime. Kind of like it, kind of respect it.
He's so ahead that it doesn't feel bad that he's got pieces of items because those individual pieces further his lead. And it's kind of, it looks weird, but it is cool. And with all these Merc Treads here too, the Sejuani ult's not going to punish probably anybody here at this stage. I mean, he's a whole item behind.
Unless they hit Delight with it. As Delight went for the Sork shoes.
Yeah, Delight will... he will try to be far away from danger or just very well set up for all of these fights.
Yep. And if he is the one that is going to take all of that extra CC, then Gen.G have kind of won already, haven't they?
Yeah.
Because the Heimerdinger isn't exactly the priority target. So I appreciate it. Just try and build as much damage as you can because you're likely going to be ignored. As Chovy will dive on top of this Rift Scuttler. 30 seconds until we have Ocean Soul Point available for Gen.G, or Ocean Soul available for Gen.G. As Bro, they don't care about no dragons. They are going straight towards this Baron pit. We might be flipping for the game. I mean, right here at 24 minutes.
What other choice do you have?
Precisely. Morgan's just dead, but Bro are on the Baron. They're not on the Baron anymore. They've left the Baron.
Run!
Inspire Shield comes through as Chovy is hurting them. What? Goodbye, Chovy. Flashes out, says, I don't want to fight 4 people by myself.
There's a lot of CC, and there wasn't really a great way for the rest of the team to follow him without also expending their flashes there. It would have been risky. They would have to use their cooldowns. And the turn could have been there where, you know, you have Umpty and Karis ulting, Henna flourishes, he can do damage from a really far ways away, so Chovy kind of panicking there a little bit like, oh, this might be overzealous, just flashes back, and I respect the choice. Again, Chovy's build and that flash usage are both kind of like, hey, we have a massive lead, we could do something amazing, we could do just only the boom damage, but what if we just made sure we didn't lose no matter what as well?
Yeah, kind of like it. Oh, Peanut's going to lock down this Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul for, yeah, 1-3-1 compositions. It's definitely a better use of Ocean Soul, even if it isn't that great at this point in time. Yeah, this was unfortunately Morgan just getting caught out. His ultimate hijacked. The rest of Bro forced to leave. As this dash over the wall is very funny. Oh, we cut the video. Okay, never mind.
Can't do any sort of Chovy shaming. We don't do that.
Yeah, no Chovy slander. Not to be done. As Edge of Night is now completed for Pays. The guy's pretty huge.
Yeah, I was going to mention, he has Edge of Night at 25 minutes. He got so much gold from the turret bottom side. Obviously, the plates, getting that turret early. 2 kills to his name. It's it might be just another deathless Pays game here.
Could be.
This time against the Jin, where he had the perfect game last time.
And he's also way ahead of the clock when it comes to farm. Out-farming Chovy, which is something Chovy's probably going to have a word to him about at the end of the game.
Stop queuing my minions.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, buddy, but you misunderstood. I get all the minions on this map, not you. Wins his Wrath from Umpty. It's not going to be enough to bully Peanut any reasonable amount.
And this 2-item Jax is up against a Fiora who has, Ravenous, and there's not enough map control. Okay, here we go.
All right, Dancing Blows onto Umpty. Not actually procced. Doesn't have that armor broken just yet.
Fairly scary call from Peanut, but it's going to be okay.
Yep. I mean, Peanut, it feels like he can kind of just do anything that he wants at this point in time.
He has a stopwatch now.
Yeah, Radiant Virtue there as well. So if he goes in, the rest of his team's there. It's going to be pretty powerful.
Morgan had a lot of money, but now Doran is just so, like, he passed him a long time ago, but now he's just a huge threat. And with no map control, Morgan couldn't fight Doran even if Doran was behind, and he's not, so... All
right, Cease and Desist comes in. Effort gonna have to run the heck away from this one. Chain Lash not connecting. And Umpty, I think he lost a bit of his jungle there, but otherwise not too much really occurred.
We often criticize some of our weaker LCK teams for struggling in these types of moments. The kind of sit back and lose as look at just how little they know and how little they can see. This is exactly the point I'm trying to illustrate, is they just can't play the game.
Well, chance of corruption. Speaking of not being able to play the game, Umpty is just going to flash, gets him out of there.
And there just is no viable play here for Bro. Remember Morgan getting picked on that Baron attempt. The only way they can try to turn there off the Baron is Morgan's flank. He's spotted and just instantly deleted. And that just says the whole game state. The Jax can't threaten anybody. They can't start Baron. They can't clear vision at all without being under so many threats. This comp is both a 1-3-1 and side laning strong point comp, but it also has poke. It has pick. Like, Genji's comp does everything from ahead.
It certainly does. As far as Winmore is concerned, it's certainly set up as Umpty in a bit of trouble here, but just going to be able to walk out of the way, slinks into the brush. Pays not going to be able to face check a Sejuani at all, as Peanut definitely can. Piercing Arrow not going to connect.
Hull breaker for Doran says it's time to break the hull.
I think so. These upended boats that we call turrets certainly going to get destroyed as Peanut. Deadly Flourish does land. Vault Breaker onto Umpty. Trying to get some work done here, but doesn't really work. Arctic Assault, very similar to Vault Breaker, and was utilized nicely there to lock him down. But he's still above 50% health. Umpty cannot boast the same thing as he just explodes. The Vibe picks him up, Cease and Desist. Going to be used onto Carrots. It's a double kill already for the jungler. Chovy picks up one. And now Doran and Morgan fighting once again. The lunge comes through. 3 kills for Genji. They'll go to the Baron. And I think this game's basically done and dusted, Wolf.
Yeah, I think it has been for a while. And what did we say before we got into this game? We
said,
well, we did say that. We also said Bro Lever a few times. Bro Memento, Bro Momentum may be stifled here because this composition from Brion from behind really falls flat on its face. And that is, those are the words we said right before we booted into the game. And that is exactly what happened in the game.
The little flash there from Doran, but did need to do it. Morgan, pretty powerful right now. Doesn't really affect the game state whatsoever. And you're exactly right, Wolf. It's looking very dire. 12,000 gold. Is that really going to stop Bro trying to fight for the victory? Absolutely not. That is just not the team that they are.
Not even an Elder Flip can save you in this game, I don't think.
Ooh. No. But yeah, I think maybe you're right.
The one who, the guy who designed the Elder Dragon is like, well, you can't say that. I'm like, no, in this case I could say it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Any game is flippable. No, not this one. Yeah, this is just, there's not even much to say here. It's tragic because there's a lot of chase in this comp. There's pick potential. Brion have no items. You can't just let them take the Baron for free. All
right, so Genji are a little bit far ahead. They're a little bit far ahead. I'll give you that. We're focusing on the next game. This is Brion downloading their opposition, making sure, because of course, it's a best of 3, right? If you get enough information on the weaknesses of your opposition in game 1. Use that to win games 2 and 3. I'd say it's 100% worth it.
Ana gets blue side, maybe gets to play Lucian.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Chovy looking to dash out of the way of this one. 4 members are here, but he goes golden. Azonya's going to be employed beautifully. The Varus picks up the Azir on the back end, and Chovy is still alive. He connects another chain onto Umpty to double kill for Pays. Henna is running for his life, but the challenge has been issued, and it's not even much of one of those. Gen G will now barrel down mid lane. And I don't know who you're going to vote for as far as POG. Maybe it's Peanut?
Yeah.
Probably Peanut.
It's Peanut. I put him down. I mean, he had such a great early game, and his shot calling around those early vision setups he had were so good.
He's 6-1 and 4 as well. The man is very, very strong as Gen G roll over the top of Breon in game number 1. Delight getting some revenge against his former teammate.
I think I really... Some of the things that could have gone right in this draft for Breon just never came to fruition because Peanut was choking them out of vision so early on. And the Heimerdinger setup was there. Yes, he did die that one time, Delight, being a little bit aggressive trying to set up for that. But I even really underestimated the power of what this Jax, or rather what this Fiora was going to be able to do despite being a little bit down in gold there at the beginning. Just outplayed Morgan. Doran did so well in the lane. I think Doran might get a stray vote or two here because of how well he played the Fiora into Jax and then smashed that turret and became another huge threat that Breon couldn't deal with in the side.
Yeah, could definitely be a thing. There are a few of those weird moments that sort of makes me deviate away from the Doran vote, so I think you might be pretty safe.
I feel good about the Peanut vote. I feel good about it.
I think there was a 6-0-4 Varus in that game as well, but I mean, Pays was just never under any threat.
Yeah, he was hitting turrets a lot and then occasionally accidentally killed people on team fights.
That's kind of how it felt to me as well. You can see Karras did the majority of his damage in the early game. From that point on, wasn't really able to affect too much more.
He opted into this matchup, you know. Chovy picked it in the first phase.
Do you need objectives, Wolf, do you think?
I mean, the winning team got a lot of them, so I'm starting to feel like they're pretty good.
Okay.
Do you need them? Maybe Breon said, we can't have them. We did need them.
You need to at least kill, like, what? 5 turrets?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you at least need 5 turrets to win the game, as far as objectives are concerned.
Yeah,
so maybe
minimum.
Breon could try and get 5 turrets in the next game. See how they do, as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space in game number 2.
미드 간다. 얘 잭슨 디텔. 나야 바로 아지를 잡았고. 여기. 쌈 보면 돼. 잭슨 스턴 넣었어. 잭슨 스턴 넣었어. 계속 가자. 할게요. 끝내자. 굿. 파르마 풀 이제 찼을 것 같은데? 노플. 아, 노플이다. 아, 이거 전령 괜히 급발진해서 괜히 쳤네. 이제 깠다가 했으면은 깔끔했을 듯. 근데 쟤네가 쳤으면은 쟤네가 먹었으려나? 바텀 택했으면 됐죠. 그럼.
Canyon is here. They might know about this. They are going to face check and trying to bring him back is Kyle, but now all the summoners are gone. Envy stepping forward, trying to trade in here. The flash as well. A couple of Qs just going wide, and he cannot get the kill. And that is 2 in the bottom side already for D plus Kia.
Now trying to deny Soul Point here from D plus Kia, and it is going to be secured. Canna now does have a full Malvar, gets everyone into the wall, dives on top. I thought he was just dead, but instead they're going to be able to take down DRX. Russell is chasing.
Now on the hunt is coming out. He said, well, if Cuz was here, he would have come in already. And Exhaust going to be used, and the trade is getting in there. Low is aiming, and he gets taken out. And Guma and Keria will pick up the double kill as they exert their dominance.
We gotta get out of there. I think Guma might not be able to. Oh!
Wow, double execute. And Cuz was not able to get there on time.
Here, Chovy gets punished instantly. And Pays, even with the low health bars, he just doesn't have a front line. And
Oh,
no!
Faker just flashes in. The Everfrost is extraordinary, and neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
I mean, Faker just snapped Genji over his knee.
Yeah.
Like a twig. He took them, goes in hard.
On that list, including Umpty, I believe.
Yeah, speaking of Umpty, I'm going to go for the flash here.
This is the most Giga Chad move. I mean, what can you say? This is the way. I mean, Peanut kind of championed it. He's not even going to bother flashing because he knows he's already done Umpty. Amazing gang. Perfectly timed. Very well read. Right when the lane was in a perfect spot. Nicely done by him.
Really nicely done by Wheeler. This is what I was afraid of.
Now, once again, another chain is going to connect here as perfect execution, and he manages to get the 1-for-1.
Tried all of that also again. Hats off to him as he's fighting again.
Yeah, another ignite to go down here as Zeka. Perfect execution. Gonna be used. Lands the chains beautifully and gets the solo kill. As Closer and Zeka potentially fighting once again. Closer taking a lot of damage this time. Zeka doing a bunch of work. The chains don't quite land there, is now cleared. Not even needed. That is an actual solo kill that time around. And now the Baron's going to be very, very difficult for Live Sandbox to take. Can you land? Chance of Corruption. Start this one off as
Going
for the flank. Gets into that backline. Steals Emperor's Divide. Throws them all back in. Immediately, the Heimerdinger has been taken down as Viper is still alive. He's going to be a big difference maker, but not if he has no front line to stand behind. Clit is still going to be there. Zeka is still alive. Viper's there. But now Live Sandbox have taken away Kingen in life.
Hello and welcome to The Space. It's me, Valdez, and I have Chronicler with me to discuss that game number 1. To be honest, not the most high-octane game of League of Legends we've ever seen. I think Bro were really taking their time deciding on when they were going to pull the trigger. It never really happened, it felt, Chronicler. What do you think was the issue that game for them, and how did Genji pull it through?
The core issue with Bro, and one of the reasons why I was, if you watch the POC state, a so-called Bro anti, which I don't think is actually true, is that they play a very slow-paced game. Talking about the draft first, actually really like that with Gen.G on blue side, Brion feel very, very obliged to ban the Lucian themselves, which I think is a good call. As we see more and more, clearly not something that's really playable. The Jhin to me though didn't really make that much sense. Jhin Karma is okay, but Karma doesn't even match that one to the Heimerdinger, unless you can get very early level 1 control, and even then it's only up until the first back. After the Heimer becomes as noxious as always, and overall Gen.G, really nice 1-3-1 comp. And then for Brion, they did actually have a lot of team fighting power in straight 5v5. You have the Karma shield early on, can possibly play 1-4 as well, but Jax, even though he's not as good as Camille, is still better than Fiora in 5v5, so some opportunities there, but then you do need to actually do stuff, and that was a bit of a toughie for Brion.
Yeah, it did feel like they were struggling to really understand when to go in or when to fight really in this one, so a big issue for them. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which, you know, a couple of picks here in the mid-game, or the mid-lane, I should say.
And what this really showed to me was that Gen.G very happy to go in. Chovy obviously dying here is a little bit unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter. Still get a very favorable trade here, able to get Peanut ahead. And Peanut is very important for this team composition because he's actually the only source of initiation. Now, doesn't necessarily need to be fed if one of his side laners are strong, right? Because then you can just try and apply pressure through that. But in that game state, getting Peanut ahead is nice. He was really, really beefy, could go for basically any engage, thanks to the Radiant Virtue and the Cam Punk Chainsword. Really beefs up that fight.
Yeah, it feels like it helps Gen.G a lot when Peanut's kind of fed and he's kind of in control and he can kind of go wherever he wants. He's a big leader in that fact. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which a little bit more complicated on this one. This is talking about Bro's reaction to getting a kill.
Because what I want to highlight is both why Bro is so good against a lot of the newer teams and has issue beating unless they're on a really, really hot streak. For example, take Umti actually playing proactive with Jiscom didn't really happen because they get a kill on Heimerdinger here. That in of itself should give you an opportunity to go for the Baron. You see Gen.G immediately, Doran teleports top lane. Pace is now going to walk over as well. And it's like, okay, we can't fight this. I'm going to shove and then I'm going to back. Maybe I can get a play while they take the dragon. But what happens instead is that even though they get a kill on what I think is one of the most obnoxious members to take a dragon into, like, they don't do anything, right? Like, Umti just goes back to top, they go and catch the waves, and I do think that these are the type of moments where if you're a more experienced team like Brion, I'm expecting you to actually play proactive here. You just killed a member of Gen.G, and then Gen.G still gets away with the Drake, right? And like, it's those type of moments that make this game feel kind of lethargic. It just kind of keeps going, and Bro isn't really losing, but they're not doing anything to win either.
Yeah, it's what I call the Jenner effect, you know, when you're just losing slowly and you're not really doing anything. It's like, oh, I'm going to lose eventually. I'm not going to lose right now, but I'm going to lose in 15 minutes.
On the opposite end of that, we have the Lift Sandbox where they just throw...
Yeah, they do the opposite.
Just with 5 people the whole game until it works.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we lost. Okay, let's just go next, you know, we'll just throw it, it's fine.
It's the opposite approach.
Yeah, so, Bro, definitely a little bit of an issue, maybe some nerves coming into this one because, you know, the first week was very strong for them. Everything was going well. They were playing against some of the weaker teams in the league. So now it was like, oh crap, now it's like real, you know, we got to hunker down. This is where we really got to make a big impact. And they did the exact opposite in that game.
Maybe also that the lack of delight is big. Effort obviously also on Karma, so wouldn't have been able to either. But to me, if Umti isn't playing last year, delight could pick it up. But now with effort and the meta as well, but just in general, I think the team hasn't really figured out how to do that yet. If Umti isn't going, like on this Lilia game, the team just doesn't really seem to get that much done.
Yeah, I mean, this team is always just so reliant on Umti to get them going in the early game and then to eventually kind of lead the charge in fights. Yeah. And on a Sejuani in that game, I mean, it was okay early game. He wasn't able to really get a kill. His presence in the bottom lane was nice. It was felt. It was seen by Gen.G, but it wasn't quite enough to get them ahead. But guys, enough rambling. Let's see who did get POG for this one. Might be a little bit confusing to pick, you know, who's going to get it, but it will be Peanut, who did a lot for this team very early on.
I like it. Peanut, very proactive across the entirety of the map. able to pick up a couple of crucial early kills, making the Vi work quite nicely. And to me, Vi really is one of those picks where if you like Peanut in this game, get ahead early, also went for the PTA, so even more early on aggression is possible thanks to that rune. You really are able to snowball well. Vi from behind is one of the saddest things possible in League of Legends because you're an engaged champion and you can't engage. But if you do get ahead, like Peanut did here, you still need, against these LCK teams, a very crisp sense of when to go in. And I think he did that very well, able to impact most of the lanes, able to pick up most of the objective, though, again, I think some of the lack of activity from Brian also plays a part there. But overall, pretty clean game for Gen G, and I am a little worried that the next game will look somewhat the same. A couple of nice individual moments for Brian, but overall, Gen G just kind of running the map.
Yeah, 11 out of 11. I guess everybody was on the same page for that one. Peanuts, the unanimous vote there. But that's it for our Game 1 space moments. Let's go back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much for the space moment, gentlemen. And here we are. Game 2 is upon us. Let's see whether Bro can do some stuff this game. They didn't do a lot of stuff in Game 1. They sort of just let Gen G win. And so now, stopping Gen G from winning, I think is a great way to not lose.
I'm glad that Chronicler broke down some of the key moments critically after that pick onto Delight where they missed opportunities, because once they fell a little bit further behind than that, as I was mentioning, it wasn't a thing we should criticize at that point, criticize it early as Chronicler did, because when you get to 25 minutes plus and you're that far behind, there is no play, there is nothing you can do, and you're just hoping that somehow you survive and flip for Elder, which is the Brion way. But, yeah, it wasn't going to happen. They picked blue side. Yep, we'll see if Gen G lets Hannah play Lucian, and if they allow it, I think Brion should take the opportunity.
Well, we'll see what does actually occur here in this particular draft. Last time, Ashe, Maokai, Caitlyn were banned on the blue side, and then Ryze, Lucian, and Yuumi were taken away on red. This time around, though, things will change. Caitlyn going to be the first one banned away here by Gen G. Not wanting to see that one.
I think Gen G could also potentially just ban Lucian here on red and see if Henna's willing to play into that, and that's what they're going to do. Play into that Sivir here, potentially, that handshake. As Varus, of course, still available. And we could see that swap to the Brion side here, too. Henna's one of his favorite champions, and Ashe, I think, is going to get banned here.
Well, there it is, on the blue side. Not wanting to see that one. And I think maybe it'll be the Varus handshake, unless Gen G does take that one away. Maokai will be left up and available. The Ryze also still available, as that Silas was banned away instead.
Chovy is definitely calling for a Ryze ban, I imagine. Doesn't want to deal with that one.
Yeah.
So will lead to potentially that Maokai first pick here, because there's so many options for, Varus and Karma, but the Maokai is going to work with anything, and it allows you to really, I think, from behind or ahead, have good defensive engages, and it gives you the opportunity to side lane deeper. You can help your side laner extremely well with the Maokai pick, and Umpty's great at it, so it's got to be the Varus call. So we might be going down another Karma route here for Brion.
I think, I feel like the Varus first pick would have been a little bit more powerful here for Bro. And yes, it's good to get the Maokai, but now you're in this Jhin Karma versus Varus Heimerdinger situation again, and while the lane wasn't terrible, it just didn't really provide Bro with any real added ways to win the game.
The rest of the map was the problem, is the real truth of it, right? The 2v2 wasn't the problem, and it wasn't like Hannah had a bad Jhin game or anything like that, but he's great at Varus. He could have tried to utilize some of that comfort on the pick. They think the Maokai pick is more valuable. I think for Bro, I like the Varus pick more, but for the meta, if you're going by tier lists, I think Maokai would be the right call. See if they can utilize it well this game, as we will see instead of the Silas that is banned this game, the Cassante picked up before it could be taken away from Doran.
Now, we'll have to see whether there's any funny business with this Cassante pick, as right now it says Chovy Cassante. And I have a feeling that's something that Chovy would really like to play.
It definitely could happen. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's going to happen this game, but they banned the Renekton, which means that Brion might just simply take the Gnar here. Might be going down that route, as What is going to be taken away from Chovy here besides this cast? And could be a Peanut ban, could be something like the Vi. I actually think Vi is a really strong ban here for Brion, considering how well Peanut played it. Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
And now Chovy gets to get his counter pick whichever he wants. The Wukong's still available, so feels... This is why they took so long, I think, to ban the Vi. Like, okay, I don't want to deal with Peanut's Vi, but Wukong's still up, and it's a really easy draft choice here for Genji. This is not a thinker. It's a very easy solution.
Yeah, I think if it had been something like an Elise, that's when I'd be like, ooh, Cassante mid for Chovy could have been something fun that they could play around with. But now with the Wukong, I think it's pretty cut and dry. We're just getting counterpick for Chovy in that mid lane. Where is Karras going to go, though? Because he can just, I mean, the obvious choice would be Nah and Azir.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do, too.
But
Bad
it could
news
be
for
something
fans.
interesting. Yeah.
Bad news for people is that they'll probably do what they think is the strongest in this meta. As you gotta just love effort. He's never gonna let those hovers go. He's always gonna do it. As
Oh god.
there it is, and this will very likely be an Akali pick, I think.
I would love to see it.
I feel like Chovy's just going to say, you know what, I'm going to play Akali. Is it the perfect pick here? No, he could just play Victor and have some extra damage and play it out safe, but he wants to play Akali, and it's still good to play Akali. I think he's going to play Akali Atlas.
I think it's the most fun. Oh, never mind. I like how we're getting excited.
that one.
We're getting excited about Corki Azir.
I know. I know.
Oh my god, it's Corki Azir. Haven't seen this in a million days.
Shout outs to Lava.
Yeah, there's that at least. This is a lot of poke now, though, with Varus and Corki. So a little bit of a different vibe for Genji.
I mean, it is so tough to actually get through all of that damage. You consider the Heimerdinger turrets as well. And Brion don't have a comp that dives well. Like, you have a Maokai who can go for the aggressive route with a twisted advance. You have a Gnar who could potentially get in there into the backline and set up for a big ultimate. But even if you do, Peanut is there to peel for the poking champions, the Varus and the Corki. So the other thing to mention, fans who may have missed the Corki Azir meta we had for quite some time last year, is that Chovy was the best Corki player in the LCK. So
Yep.
Faker, Fate, and Pays, let's go.
Ooh, interesting. Big fan of the three of
Ps.
them.
Because that's all
Faker-
spelled with the same names.
Yep. And Faker also going to be playing immediately after this. Fate not playing today. He's playing... Actually, no, he is. Is he? No, he's not.
Wait, what? Sorry? Fate is... Yeah, he's
Fate
no
is
longer on Kwangdong Freaks.
He is no longer on Kwangdong Freaks.
It's Bulldog.
DRX. Bulldog is going to be playing later today. I was just wondering why he...
Because all of them start with Pay.
Yeah.
Like Pate,
Yeah.
Pays, Pay call. So I guess that was the theme.
That was his theme. It wasn't people playing today. It was just names that he could rhyme together. Interesting stuff. Let's hop on to the Rift. All right, now we've got the on the fountain pictures with the cheers.
We got it.
We got it this time.
These are the things we're hyped about these days on 13.1, you know?
Straight up.
We take what we can get, you know?
We're super hyped about fountains, and we're really hyped about Corki Azir.
We didn't talk about the comps that much more. We were just kind of like, oh, look at that sign over there.
Yeah. I mean, the comps are the comps, right? Bro have... Yeah, I mean, there's a Jhin that's not all that normal, but that's otherwise, we know exactly what's going to happen there. Genji picked Corki. Cool.
My issue with Brion's comp, outside of the fact that it's very similar to what they played last game and lost with, is that it doesn't have a lot of synergy unless it's played either from ahead or very perfectly. Like, you have to have the Gnar bar set extremely well, and then Karras has an angle where you can set up for a Zipper's Divide, and it has all that space, so then he can get a big ult, get a Deadly Flourish, Effort can shield, and the comp can work, and maybe the Maokai ultimate sets all of that up, buys you that time to get the last part of that Gnar bar, but it's so complex, the way this draft has to go, against Shooty McShoot over here, on Gen G. I got the Corki. I'm going to shoot at him from far away. I got the Varus. I'm shooting far away. I can buy time. I got Heimer turrets and a Wukong to sit on. So good luck.
Yeah, he has himself an ace machine, and I don't think he's afraid to use it. Well, I think that's how it goes. Sometimes you get corkied. They haven't been corkied yet, and it takes a while for the corki to get online. We'll see how long it's going to take Chovy to do so. We'll see what kind of build he's going to go for as well. There have been a whole bunch of different variations in the past, but I have a feeling that there might at least be a Ravenous Hydra involved.
We mentioned this
way or another
in the T1 series, Atlas, where the Gen G did get 2-0'd, but Chovy was spamming solo queue games of the Corki actually right before that matchup, and I haven't kept a closer eye on his solo queue recently because that didn't come to pass. So I was like, you know what, I'm tired of looking at that. He's not going to play it. But he is playing it now, right? And clearly still niche relevance here for Gen G, they think, in this meta, where you just kind of sit back and scale up.
Yep. I think there's been a few people that have been dabbling in a bit of the Corki, but good to see it. Peanut's going to make his way over, though, as Karis is going to shift some sand, get himself out of the way. Absolutely fine. Uses a chunk of his mana. There we go. That's what we're talking about now.
The trades.
As Chovy, yeah, he's taking it. Karis definitely doing a decent job in this early laning phase, which is, of course, what the Azir can certainly be relied upon.
So we're going to get Veigar back soon? Are we going all the way back to 2022 spring? No?
I feel like maybe that's just how it goes. Even if we don't patch the game, it just goes on the same cycle until there is buffs and nerfs that the players read into, and they then make decisions based on that.
I feel like there should be like some sort of rule, like how many Faker games of LeBlanc we see per season is like actually a sign of the meta. Like if Faker can play LeBlanc a lot, it means like the meta is probably pretty healthy and diverse. But if he can't, it means like, you know, we should be worried.
Well, I mean, Showmaker has played it, so perhaps Faker will be able to play it soon. As here we go.
It just gets less interesting all the time.
Yeah, let's revisit this matchup. We need Bro to win this game though to like reach equilibrium once again. Chovy's win rate does make it kind of look like that may not happen. He's been pretty good at winning games on the Corki. You never know. It might just be the Bro time. I assume there's going to be a few people in chat that do Bro leave in them being able to take this one down. Of course, Bro pretty good at bringing us to 3-game series as well. So yeah, there are a few reasons as to why it might be Bro favored. One of the reasons why it might be Gen G favored is the fact that they're already ahead by a few hundred gold.
They are. There's some, you know, ways for that to continue. Like Chovy has first strike. He's picked up a Cull. He also has Dematerializer. He knows exactly what he wants to do is to just survive and get money. Yeah. In this matchup, I don't think he'll have to build a Hex Drinker, but he might if he just wants to be safe. Don't think it's necessary in this case. Not a ton of magic damage here for the Brionne comp to be worried about. Otherwise,
yep, Chovy is just waiting for this minion wave.
Yeah, this is literally the gameplay. This is the gameplay.
Like, I'm in experience range.
He's like, when the wave comes through, if Karis doesn't walk back instantly, some first strike gold, and I'll kill the minions. Go back to waiting. Turn-based strategy game here.
Fire Emblem Corki.
Yeah.
Love it.
Not a whole lot of engaging in this one, though.
No, not so much. Must have been one of the older games.
Fire Emblem Valkyrie to disengage.
Yeah, like how many houses are there? Because that certainly had some downtime in it, that particular version.
Yeah, it was
not so sure.
Chovy might be trying to be a professor after this.
Yeah, I think so.
Professor of CS. I'm not talking about computer science.
I think he's already got a PhD in that one. I don't know. As Peanut is going to slink back into his jungle. That control ward you could kill. However, he is just not going to.
Yeah, I think he really wants to come over and aggressively pressure this Maokai.
Well, twisted advance for Umpty. That control ward just being a little bit frustrating, I guess. Peanut gets the ping down.
And we jest, but this is Fred Brionne putting a lot of pressure on. Umpty comes over here, deals with that control ward, trying to shove Chovy out of lane here. Is what Umpty is doing, 3-6 here, trying to get some extra power so they can take this first strike, which really...
First objective?
Yeah. pretty massive against the Corki, right, to get that Drake lead. So can put the pressure on him. We'll see what the soul ends up being, but Corki package got nerfed a while ago, which is what really inevitably pushed him out of the meta. So won't be able to contest the first few Drakes with that one.
Nope. That is not going to be where that's going to be used. If they can delay the Herald, then they might be able to get some value with the package. As Peanut's Wukong win rate pretty high. Of course, played the majority of the games last year.
Yeah.
Where Gen.G were pretty
and last season, yeah.
yeah. It was, yes, of course. Both of those things were true. As, all right, Grenade will connect. A lot of damage onto Effort here as level 5 was hit, and oh, the last B will connect. And that is going to be first blood going over to Delight, as Delight is now just going to stand in front of Pays, soak all of these bullets. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that little hat. Oh, man. Does not care.
I like the weight on the last shot as well.
That was really good.
Just, you know, kind of sending a message. He's sending a message to Delight, but he's sending a message to all the fans. He knows what's going on.
He's like, please, sir, could you move? We were friends once.
Did you move? I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Well, Effort rotating over here, going to try to help clear this vision and set up for a first Herald contest. As this is the moment where Brion can turn a first Drake into, if they win this upcoming fight here, fight early, and maybe some extra plate gold. You know, this composition is not a tempo comp. I think that's part of why this Corki is so great, because Brion don't have a comp that says, oh yeah, we got 2 Drakes and now, you know, Lucian has Gale Force, or, you know, now we have a really fed jungler who's going to be running around the map assassinating people. It's not a Talon game or anything like that. It's not a Kiana game where you're thinking, okay, we got a lead, now we're just going to smash Gen.G and that's how we're going to do this. It kind of gets the first Drake and Gen.G are like, okay, cool, so let's, you know, that's what you guys got. And they could contest this Herald.
Yeah, mainly because they're calling their bottom lane up. You can see Henna actually walked away from that turret assuming that Pays was going to make his way back. But no, he's towards this mid lane. Bro, setting up for it. Morgan, great Narbar right now as the Nature's Grasp comes in. Gen.G are just going to turn though and immediately get rid of the Gnar. He can't even go Mega. Poor Morgan. As teleport towards that bottom lane, Henna got 1 turret plate. It's not a massive amount, and Chovy now just going to come back and grab even more farm.
Yep. Rift Herald probably going to be given to him too. Just want to accelerate the Corki as fast as possible. Pays also a great candidate for this. You really just, the only person that's not going to get that much out of it is Doran. As this is the stun here into full W damage. That's it. All it takes, like in that 1 extra shot there to guarantee the kill. Pays goes low, but it was really about that setup there from Delight. And this is the complexity of this comp I was talking about for Brion. Even in the early game, you're like, not on the same page. Your Gnar is trying to get bar with that Maokai ult like I was talking about, and then the rest of the team's like, sorry man, we lost control of the choke point. We never actually had control of the choke point. We're gonna have to leave you out to dry.
Well, there's an ulti from Doran going all out into Morgan here as Peanut will dive forward, finds himself the Cyclone. Morgan's running for the hills. We'll see whether Doran's got enough dashes to chase after him. The Mega Gnar is coming in relatively soon. Dash number 1 comes through. Q1 comes through as well.
Gnar coming up.
Yeah, all right, there it is. Bunch of health back and ring around the rosy. Successful. The Lord himself will not die in this mode.
Easiest lane to dive because, you know, you've got a Azir with flash in mid, so tough to actually set the Herald up there, so they went for the greedy play for the easy Herald money for Doran, but he actually holds it off for now. Now that the Narbar is done, though.
If at first you don't succeed, Wolf, you try, and you try again.
Peanut has flash, might not need it.
Morgan may just die. He's gonna do the same thing again. He's doing the same thing again.
Morgan's really loving the Year of the Rabbit with all these hops, man.
Absolutely is. Umpty's going to throw the Nature's Grasp through. There it is, one more time. As the bullet, oh, Pays! He did it for you! Why could you not do it for him as Morgan dies to the turret in the top? I don't know what shenanigans are going on up there.
Top 13 anime betrayals.
Oh yeah, as Pays is now going to try and fight Umpty, but it's not going to work. He's going to get Brambley smashed. I can see it, there it is. I told you, and it happens.
So, top side here, Morgan did go down eventually there, and this is going to be Doran picking up a lot of money. No Herald committed, but big money actually going over to the side of Brion here, bottom side. Henna picking up that kill. You see the kill going over to Umpty as well. A lot of time lost here for the bottom duo, so some tempo bought back here. As this is Umpty just saying, Peanut is really committing hard to the top side play. There's no defense here. We can just set this up. Jin loves this route. That's why Maokai and Jin working together so well. I think part of why Jin is back in this meta to that guaranteed hit. FaZe, as you mentioned, doesn't quite get into the distance, or doesn't close the distance fast enough to block the shot, and is just going to die here to the Maokai punch.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I like to call it. It's, Bramble Smash, but
It's a bit of a punch. I like it. Double value with the boomerang here as Morgan walks it out. Oh, the little hop gets out of the way of any sort of damage. What a
almost
god.
an execute. I didn't see. I thought actually Doran picked up the kill.
No. That was an execute. Jack Show now completed for Doran, which is an interesting choice. Don't see that all that often. Oftentimes it is the Frostfire Gauntlet that is picked up. Gen G should be able to use this package in order to lock down this Drake, but no, Umpty's going to steal it away. Cyclone doing a lot of damage there to Karis. Emperor's Divide does come through as Chovy delivered a package to them, but now Nature's Grasp to come down yet again. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead, and Bro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! FaZe is popping off though, and that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end.
And he dodges the sapling cherry on top. 4 kills for the Varus now. And this is the FaZe we've heard so many stories about. You have a scrappy team fight, goes long, his positioning is good, and he's going to pick up triples, quads, pentas. That's his play style, man. And in this draft, he has a lot of room to do so. But that was a very messy fight, and we'll take a look at it again here as Gen.G are trying to hold on to this Drake while Corky's trying to set up for the package flank like you were talking about. This Drake is stolen, and the Cyclone here doesn't actually lock Karis down or kill him. The Emperor's Divide pushes Peanut away, and he doesn't have ult anymore. And this fight now is just long-term, real good damage here for Bro, so they actually end up winning it until FaZe comes in and cleans up house with an amazing Q that hits 2, then hits the W, comes here into the brush. That was actually so well played by him. Looking back at it again, hitting that double Q there was so huge. Gets away from the sapling. Clean stuff.
Really nicely done. You can see the steroid able to finish off the play very, very nicely. So FaZe now extraordinarily accelerated in this game. Also, Chovy didn't die or anything like that. He now has at least a Tiamat done. Don't quite know exactly what his itemization is just yet.
Yeah, I just
Ravenous Hydra already completed.
Yeah, just wait and see.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, he's got that one, and Cole completed as well. Tier coming through, so Muramana will be the next item of choice.
Well, there is the all-out onto Morgan. His Nabar is relatively high, but he's not going to be able to use it. That is going to be Peanut picking up the kill, and this top lane is going from bad to worse for Bro.
Yeah, he's so far away from that Cole too. Purchased it, and he purchased it late. Hasn't been able to do anything with it. He's going to lose so much more health on his turret. Doran is deleting minions to your top side. It's a cannon wave, so, I guess count your blessings. Morgan has TP, but he's not TP into this turret.
Yeah, and because it's a cannon wave, it's like, yeah, you may not lose the wave, but you will definitely lose the turret.
Yeah.
And it is certainly bad news.
Peanut is in a, state in this game where he's got so much agency because of that top push that he can actually continue to at least continuously visit the top lane. And ult the Gnar and kill him. So,
yeah. Bro, though, after being able to secure the dragon, have got their second objective for the series, which is 10 out of 10, but also just sole control over dragons so far this game. So if they're able to steal another one, then that is certainly going to be huge, especially with Infernal Soul now on the table, as this was all out coming through the Cyclone. I mean, Nimbus Strike didn't even need to be used there by Peanut, so a very dead orange buff towards that top side.
Yeah, just didn't know where Doran was. Is up caught greeting for the wave that far out. This gets punished for it. The complexities of these ganks and these picks are just not really there. They're pretty basic. It's just a composition problem here, and the Wukong is getting value. As the Gnar just doesn't have safety unless Maokai is there, but if Maokai is there, the rest of the map completely opens up, as this is going to be another Rift Herald here for Gen.G.
Yep. Not going to be out of challenge for that one, especially with Umpty towards that bottom side of the map as Delight setting up a trap. And, doesn't find the grenade, as Rift Herald is just going to look for this outer turret in the mid lane, opening up the map for these poke-style compositions, absolutely huge, and they're going to be able to do so here. Morgan goes Mega, finally allowed to for what feels like the first time in a long time.
Doran's PvE now. He's just going to keep killing the turrets. So, like, yep, we got another charge.
Yeah, what is he playing, Alawi?
He's just pushing more minions in here, denying more CS, and doing a significant amount of damage to this turret. Now, Jin gets some push bottom side here and will take a significant CS lead. So, Henna feeling good about what he's got. You know, consolation prize is being taken here. A lot of vision set up for him on the bottom side of the map, so he knows he could push that deep for that turret, for that push, or rather for that CS. But the good news for Brion is the 2 Drake lead like you mentioned, and it's a valuable one in Infernal Soul. This third one spawns. The bad news is I can't imagine a world in which they win this fight. Chovy not going to have package for this one right now, and see if Brion can make this happen, force that soul point. Genji will even give them the fight, because they're not set up.
Yeah, teleport from Morgan though. Doran and Chovy on their way over, as Genji might be too late to this. It's going down extraordinarily quickly. This could just be soul point, as there we go. Emperor's Divide is going to try and push them away as Bro look for the escape, but Doran, he can take anyone out of this fight, and he will pull Karis over. 2 of them already dead. Karis follows suit, and now Henna is running for the hills. Morgan also, he's very used to trying to escape as his former teammate is bearing down on him. The Gnar is going to come through though as he tries to crush himself away, and it looks like he will do so. Doran also going to struggle here as that bullet is not going to find the Cassante, and Morgan will survive.
Doran's having a great game, and with the Jackstraw build that he has, he can just go so deep like that and set up for the flank play. And I want to remind everyone, this fight was done completely without Chovy. He was not here at all. He's still not here. He's still not here. And look at Doran on the side here, 2 levels up with Jackshows. He does not care about any damage, and unfortunately, Brion too far deep.
Hina, that Cyclone Flash, just beautiful.
Yeah, he follows up the all-out. And Chovy's like, I want to be relevant in this fight. No, you weren't. It's okay.
Yeah, wasn't actually able to lock down his former teammate there, so Morgan gets away, but 3 kills. Soul point there for Bro. Definitely great news. I kind of thought that Gen.G would be able to retain enough control to claim the rest of the Drakes. The good news for Gen.G fans in that case would have been 4 Infernal Drakes is a lot of damage, like a lot, mega a lot, super duper a lot of damage. They still have a 6,000 gold lead though. Muramana is done. Chovy finishes off his Sork Shoes, and he's extraordinarily strong.
He really is, and I expect that when the soul point, or rather the soul fight happens, he will be there for it, and he's going to be doing a lot of the damage. And for Brion here, this fight setup was fairly greedy because they couldn't obviously stop Doran at the same time as holding the Drake aggro, but they can't give the Drake to Gen.G and lose what momentum they have in terms of objectives. And because this Cassante is just so big, there's not much you can do as Morgan in this case to shut him down. And like I said, you have to manage your Gnar bar, the complexity of this draft. And when you keep going back to it, it's just really hard to execute here for Brion. Gen.G, this is kind of a comfort-style draft for them with this Corki draft, and they're very good at it, and it's very easy.
No, it's very true. They are waiting for Chovy to finish his Ludens, and then he'll be ridiculously strong, of course. But they may not necessarily need to, as Gen.G is just going to wander towards the Baron. And yes, Bro, know that this is happening, but Gen.G might just be able to stick to this one and just lock it down. Nature's Grasp to come forward here from Umpty. Let's see if that can actually stop any of this from happening as the curtain call is going to come in. Emperor's Divide is flashed by Pace so beautifully, and immediately he just punishes. Doran's going to be taken down as well, though, as it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Low health bars on Gen.G means they don't want to go back in. Pace looking good today.
Pixel perfect on that. Cleanses as well, instantly gets out of dodge. They do not secure the Baron, and I think it's really important here for Brion that they actually do commit to that. Now they're going to grab some bounty gold here mid, trading obviously for the inner turret bottom, but they'll take any gold you can get right now as Brion. And this is what we were asking for, and what Chronicler was talking about is not just rolling over and dying in this game. There's a lot of problems obviously that they have to face, and this is just one first step. But look at the reaction time here for Pace. It's rooted. And here comes Karas. He's like, I got this. No.
Oh, and that
he
was
said no.
That was Cleanse Flash. Yeah. Pixel perfect timing.
Pixel perfect. Amazing play.
That was really, really. It's those young people reaction times, Wolf. Oh.
And as far as I know, I mean, we'd have to watch it one more time to be 100% sure, but I do not think he knew that Karis was there. And Karis had an amazing play himself, right, to actually set up for that and assassinate the Varus. 99 out of 100 Varuses died there. Pays is the one.
He is the one.
That was a really cool play from Karis that could have actually saved this and allowed Breon to come back into the game.
That could have been Baron. If Pays had died there alongside Doran, then yeah, absolutely. Could have been a really, really bad thing. Instead, it's Karis that dies. And so it all kind of falls down.
Doran's like, man, this guy might steal my POG away.
Well, Henna could just be dead here. He hasn't really been playing much of the game outside of this one moment. He's been some bullets from off screen, but that's about it. So a bit of a sad welcome to doing stuff.
And he does not escape. So guess what? Baron is going to be started up here again for Gen G. They have vision control. They have choke point control here with this Corki. Chovy, pretty risky positioning here. We're going to Valkyrie early. No package here, but I think the confidence that they show around there being no Jhin here is warranted because Karis, I mean, they know where he is too. Like, there's just nothing Breon could do except take Soul, but they didn't do it fast enough, so...
Oh no, it's the lose everything. Yeah. They're gonna do the lose everything, Wolf. That's the not good play. You don't... Losing everything is generally bad.
It's not decisive enough here.
It is kind of Gen G picking on the Fred and Breon weakness, which is that indecisiveness, which is not being able to make the risky plays as Umpty caught in a very predictable position. The all-out comes in, Peanut secures the Drake, and then they take down the tree as well. Oh dear, Gen G really starting to roll over this one.
Yeah. All the power on the map that comes with this Baron just chokes Breon out of the map. So we'll watch Hannah getting picked here. He has traps set, but I mean, what are you going to do? Peanut just gets on top of Flash. And the second part of that Cyclone actually hits there.
Yeah.
You know, I think he dies either way, but just insult to injury is all out onto Umpty, who's trying desperately for a steal here on the edge, so he just gives his life, hoping for...
Doran almost delivered Umpty to smite range, which could have been an absolute disaster.
He wanted to have his Willer moment, you know?
Yeah.
Not to be the case, though.
Well, package has been picked up. Split pushing power of Chovy is very, very large, given the fact that he can escape almost any situation. It is unstoppable while doing so.
And does a ton of damage to turrets and...
Oh yeah. All of those old Corki stats that we need to remember again.
No kills, but a lot of damage, you know, a lot of utility with this Corki pick.
Uh-huh. This isn't going to be one of those Corki rob situations, right? I think Pays gets the POG for this game.
I think so.
But Chovy is definitely having a great time. His package just going to be used like a Weaver's Wall, placed in front of this turret for not really very much actual gain, as we can see. But Gen G not too worried about it, right?
I think he wanted to keep that cannon mini alive so that they could keep sieging.
Deadly Flourish. Not going to quite find Peanut here as he just Cyclones in. Let's see whether this is actually something that Gen G can follow up on, though. No, it was a zoning Cyclone. Never mind.
Karis could have pulled the trigger on his ult there to try to punish Peanut, but it's close. If he messes it up, you lose your Azir ultimate. You can't actually make any plays after that, but he doesn't actually go for it. He's 2 levels down on Chovy.
Yep, Chovy 007 license to farm.
Yeah.
And he's been abusing that
He's
line.
rich.
Yeah, quite a lot. As Morgan, that's a big old Naba, but he is going to hop away and not into the fight. Peanut. Warrior Trickster's out of the way.
They're putting that GoldenEye game back out, you know. It's pretty, Chovy is giving shout-outs to that.
No, I think so. I think so.
He's going to play online with his best friends.
Uh-huh. He's almost unlocked the Golden Gun affix, where he just one-shots everyone.
Well, Chovy always sees his opponents in DK mode. Their heads are so big. Like, that's how he sees the game.
Oh my god. Do you think he plays with paintball?
Probably.
I like playing with paintball.
You know, he wants to know exactly where his shots go so he can improve.
Yep, yep. Oh man. Do you reckon he plays his Moonraker Elite?
Maybe.
Or is he an odd job player? You know?
He lets his opponents play odd job and then still beats them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man. All right, Peanut, he gets spotted, doesn't hit the ward. He instead decides he wants to go in 1v2. And you can't really blame him, as he's extraordinarily strong. Ludens is complete here for Chovy as, oh, the knocker! Morgan is going to be able to find Peanut though, and I think he should die. No, never mind. Peanut's immortal. Umpty's going to go down extraordinarily low. Bro are so far behind, they could land everything, and it doesn't even seem to matter.
Yeah, this is just oppressive Gen G. Really clean game from them. It feels like we took a time machine here, and yeah, it's not Ruler and Lehens, but it's a Chovy Corki game. Peanut being supportive. Doran, really nice plays around those objectives. They won fights without Chovy.
Yeah.
And it's still just a wash here for Fredit Brion. I mean, 3-item Corki, 1.5 for Karis. Still hasn't actually finished that Void Staff just yet.
And Karis is having a bit of a nightmare of a series so far as well. Zia really not working out, of course, has been one of his favorites for a long time. As we're going to check this out, Umpty was on the flank. Nature's Grasp actually to stop Pace from getting in there, but
Chovy's just killing wolves. Like, this is just quintessential Chovy. He's like, oh, you guys are fighting Peanut, you went in, hold on, let me get this wolf real quick, yeah, and then I'll come for the fight.
And
this
you
is
know
the
what
state
happened,
of the
Wolf?
game.
They won the fight. So I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's the right idea. Maybe just continuing to farm all
Can you
games.
guys let the can you let the Nexus live a little bit longer? I'm trying to get a Flame Horizon here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's getting pretty close to that as well, as he's not that far ahead of the clock, as we can see, but definitely an extraordinary amount ahead of his opposition, as Umpty taking a fair bit of damage there, but Pays mainly focusing on clearing out these wards.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of armor pen to deal with the Gnar, who's not really that tanky, frankly, in this game, but he's got a stopwatch too. He's unkillable.
Like, look at how much armor Umpty's stacked up. Oh wait, 0.
Yeah.
There are some steel caps here and there, and by that I mean Morgan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just Morgan only, but hey, he's gonna die really fast.
And look, buying a Last Whisper when champions are above a certain level, and definitely at the level they are now, is always going to be worth it, because you naturally get armor that needs to be mitigated.
It's true.
Maximum damage.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, the Gnar is the biggest problem for them. The only way an engage starts off here for Bro, unless it's Karis, who's just too behind and too squishy at this point, is Morgan having a perfect Gnar bar and sneaking around and getting on top.
Oh my. Okay. Imagine if this works. I don't think it will, but imagine if this works, Wolf.
Well, I watched a lot of crazy stuff like that yesterday, so I don't have to imagine too hard, you know?
Look at these kitty cats in the brush. Umpty can just... I mean, he puts down a control ward. He can get in there. There's the Nature's Grasp. Gen G, vacate the area.
Do they flip? No, they say no.
Yeah, they're not.
So one specific team could learn from this, but, you know.
Bro do get in there, but Doran, I mean, he now knows that the Pajama Tree is behind him, and now Umpty's by himself. I have a feeling he will die. He's trying his best to run away, and yeah, he's real dead. Doran's going to pick that one up, and now Gen G move back to the Baron. It was a cute idea. You saw the thought process. It didn't work, and now Gen G will probably get Baron and win the game.
It's the Umpty long con play, you know? We've seen it before. It's worked before. It's worked a lot, actually, believe it or not. But in this case, Gen G just say it. No, I'm not going to risk it. He ulted. Back off.
Someone should tell KT about what just happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One team can learn from this.
Yeah, there is definitely a team that could learn from this. They won't, because they have to break our brains at every opportunity. But this is definitely a good example of how you take an objective without having to risk anything if you have a huge lead. And Gen G playing it beautifully, packing out in hand for Chovy.
Karis just disappears.
Yeah, he takes so much damage. Look for these rockets. Not a whole lot of them have been landing on... Oh my god, never mind. Okay, well, now Karis going to take, 1, 2. Chovy just hanging out. Package going to be taken away, thrown to the heavens. Doran taking a fair bit of damage here. Henna does still do a fair bit as... Oh my god, these zoom-ins make it so scary! Oh god, okay, Curtain Call comes in, only one bullet goes out though as everyone's on the fountain. There is the flash to immediately follow, but it's not going to be enough. Karis finds a decent ulti as Pays goes golden on the fountain and survives as the Nexus is not so lucky. Gen G, 2-0 over Bro.
Doran is grabbing his jacket so fast, he's ready to go home. Gen G with an absolute masterclass in both games.
That was a shellacking, Wolf.
It really was, and it's not a series we'll glean too much from, but Gen G did look clean. They showed us the Corki pick again. Again, Chovy's been spamming this in solo queue quite a bit.
Umpty giving Delight a big hug, of course. Former teammates. Very, very cute. And Delight having a pretty good series here. Did get picked on a little on that Heimerdinger in game 1. But this time around, I swear it felt to me, Wolf, right? Like Gen.G kind of said, well, Brion are just not doing anything. So
let's just play Corki.
Let's just play Corki, man, and we'll just watch them not do anything and win the game.
It does feel reminiscent of how a lot of teams tried to battle Brion in the past, and then Lava picked up the Corki and he was playing it a lot, but I think that this was the reality check that all the Bro Leavers needed, and I am, as a fellow Bro Leaver myself, not an anti-like chronicler, but
yeah, because you're a top 9 believer.
Yes, I'm top 9. He puts him bottom 2.
Yeah,
pretty messed up. But
yeah, it is pretty messed up.
I think that the way that this is framed, if you're a Brion fan, is look, we had a great start to the season, but there's still a lot of improvement that needs to be made. We are, sitting on the top of the standings until today, and that's all fine and good, but there were issues, glaring issues in those last series they took. They were on a 2-0 lead, but it wasn't clean, it wasn't perfect, and their first real test is a big reality check, and we are going to have to see some improvements made before their series later on this week. A lot more decisiveness, and we saw that in the other series, just not so much here.
No, we didn't. And sometimes, Bro they feel a bit timid on the day. Sometimes they come out like firing on all cylinders, but I think the expectation got a little bit high after their couple of wins. This brings all those expectations back down to 0, and now Umpty can surprise us all again with another victory. We'll see whether that is going to be the reality here, as of course Gen.G, they were our 2022 LCK Summer Champions. This is a team that only really replaced their bottom lane, and yes, that is a huge deal, but that means Peanut, Chovy, and Doran are still there. And a team like Brion, it's going to be difficult for them to fight this squad, especially when Paze has such a great performance like he did today.
And exactly, that's you took the words out of my mouth, because when Paze plays this well,
apart from this one,
this was the unfortunate one, but we can let it go. Besides this moment, you take nameplates away, and I've said this before, you forget for a second that it's not Ruler and Lehens down there, right? Delight's playing well too, and we're going to get a replay of that incredible moment where he flash cleanses the Azir ult, but most of the game was played around topside here for Gen.G. Doran took the lead, pushed that topside super hard, had a really nice play around Drake, and some of these fights were just straight up won without the Corki. Corki scaling didn't really show, as this is an amazing moment for him too, where he gets the double with the Q there, takes Henna out. Yeah. Corki's damage didn't show until the end where the Nexus was falling. That was when he was hitting the big shots. Otherwise, this game felt like it was a 4v5 that Gen.G stomped. It was just that one-sided.
Yeah, this was a bit better than game 1. Like a little bit better than game 1. Like at least Bro managed to get themselves some objectives. They didn't just roll over. They got to Soul Point. Just weren't able to really counteract what was Gen.G's slow but inevitable scaling into oblivion. And as you can see here, that's precisely what happened.
Chovy's so mad Umpty uses his ult. He has to use his package like this.
Yeah,
so angry. Chovy, by the way, silent during these moments. Just trying to get his damage numbers up. He's like, I gotta kill the wolves to get my CS average up, do all that damage so my damage per 10 is really high. My DPM is really high.
And managed to also get the kill towards the end here as well. I believe that was his first of the game, was being able to kill Karis there. As we'll check out the damage at the end of the game. Paze still managing to eclipse Chovy, who did almost get double of his opposition, but I think this game was all about Paze.
I mean, there's so much of the game Chovy just wasn't even in the team fights.
No, he just wasn't there. He was being a bit of a herbivore this time around.
You love to see it. You love to see Chovy trying to get his KD up there at the end, trying to get the
natural habitat. Natural habitat.
I think for Brion, it's time to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. Henna pushed off the Lucian, definitely looking like they were not as prepared. They didn't have as good of a plan here in the draft or in the gameplay.
No, it was a little bit of a tough one, but I believe now we've got 2 gentlemen waiting alongside to take us through that Gen.G victory. So take it away, Valdez and Chronicler on the space.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on those 2 games that did happen. Gen.G looking great, as expected. Bro, a little bit sad today, but it is what it is. The Giga chance will remain. What was your take on that second game, Chronicler?
Bit messy. Gen.G clearly after game number 1 was like, they had It's Bro. We played this team before. We know how to deal with them, even though there are, of course, some changes. The light most notably going from one team to the other. How these two teams change hasn't really changed, or play rather, hasn't really changed that much, and we can see it here. Going into the draft, adaptation, Maokai priority I like, because I do think that Maokai, as mentioned previously, is both good into mobile AD carries like the Varus, but the Jhin Karma still doesn't really work for me. I would much rather see bot lane prioritization if you're gonna give over Heimerdinger and Varus, because even though, again, in terms of priority, the lane was okay, I don't think you need, or you win hard enough like you need to with Jhin Karma into Varus and Heimer, right? Like it was kind of okay, but if you're kind of okay, then you might as well pick a Zeri or pick Heimer first, and then you have a lot more options, I think, further on in your draft. And then overall, the composition from Gen.G, heralded by the return of one of our least favorite champions, in Corki. He's back, everyone.
He's great. He's a good guy. Yeah, Jhin Karma kind of felt weird. It almost feels like, you know, they were playing so much Lucian Nami, they're like, well, eventually we're not going to be able to, so we need a backup. And Jhin Karma's our backup. So, like, we're comfortable with this, let's make it work. It didn't really work. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, Chronicler, which was this fight at around 17 and a half minutes.
Yeah, it was also a lethality Jhin, which is not great. This is a 4v5. Wanna put that out there again, as Wolf already highlighted during the cast. And it says a lot that even without Chovy there, coming up to this fight, this to me was the clear signal that Gen.G really is like, oh bro, it doesn't matter, right? They're going in, hard forcing 4 versus 5 into a team that is about to pick up Soul Point. If you really respect your opponent, if you really are worried that you might lose the game, you don't do that. Like, you're not going to. You're going to be there in time. Chovy literally recalled in the face of that without TP.
Yeah.
They knew they were not going to get that Drake, and that to me is a clear sign that, like, either they don't think that Drakes matter at all, which based on game 1, probably not, and the current meta, probably not the case.
Yeah.
So instead, we just got a lot of dominance from Gen.G in those fights.
You were mentioning, though, Chovy. We have a really awesome highlight reel. This is about Chovy. He did so much in this game, and we really wanted to point out something. So let's take a look at the second highlight here.
If you ever have wondered how you get as much CS as humanly possible, and prepare yourselves, because this is action-packed, okay?
This is game-breaking.
We're giving away some real big secrets.
I can't believe they're letting us broadcast.
I know. The secret is just get every minion and make sure that you use your TP only defensively.
Yeah.
There was one TP that he did this game that was a little bit more aggressive. We didn't really include that one because we felt like, you know, we don't want to overload all of you. Here, fight's over, fight's won, okay. I have places to go. I have items to farm up. This is Fred Brion.
Gets the cannon.
They're not gonna beat themselves.
Huge.
Here, my team is pushing mid. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's more important stuff to do. I mean, you might as well just take the Wolves. You got to get that CS number up, and I think Chovy, you know, he did an exquisite job of that in this game. I really feel like everybody should take a page out of his notebook.
I want to reiterate, this is not us digging on Chovy. It's just this game was rough. There wasn't really that much going on. Bro had a couple of moments, but overall it was Gen.G kind of steamboating them. So we tried to find a comedic angle, and the comedic angle was Chovy just going all over the map. And then by the time he had his free items, the game was already won like 15 minutes ago. So he's just there, pew pew, pew pew pew, at you know, the Nexus.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of interesting, though. He did go for the Corki. Maybe we're going to be seeing more Corki here, especially with the presence of Azir, but that's a question for a future desk. Let's take a look at the POG from game number 2 on the side of Gen.G, as it seems like it is almost ready, but not quite ready.
Yeah, I was going to drum.
And let me get my little drum here.
Yeah. Okay, get it ready.
Imagine if I had like a little drum.
One day, and you're just like...
You just like have never seen it. I just like pull it out. I'm like, where'd you get that drum?
That would actually be great. I personally would love some musical, maybe one day, once we all learn how to play instruments.
Okay, the POG is ready. Let's see who did pick it up for game number 2. I don't have my drum. Yes, it's Pays, 7-1 and 7, and his second POG already here. as a new member of the LCK.
And Pace overall was a player that obviously got kind of clapped in his debut game against T1. But it's important to remember that there is a reason that Gen.G has put their faith in this guy. Within Challengers, his biggest strength were the team fights, and we're starting to see him more and more excel in that way as well. Obviously, Brion, not the strongest opponent, but in moments like this, you really see how quick on the trigger he can be. Like the cast pointed out, yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, because at the very end there, he's still rooted by Maokai. Hence the cleanse flash. Just beautifully done. Overall, I think the other votes are fine as well. I actually loved the Delight, but didn't even consider that. But he had a great game. Peanut had a couple of good fights, so it was a game that just didn't have that much going on. Well, a lot was going on.
Gen.G just took the win away from them. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-Sun now for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Peanut Pays for the POG interview. Congratulations, guys. Gen.G is on a streak. How do you feel, Peanut? Yeah, Brion was the undefeated team, so I was a little bit worried, but still, we thought this is a must-win series for us, so we really worked hard for this, and I'm glad that we got the claim to a win. Same, I was a little bit pressured to go up against a team with a winning streak, but I'm glad that we won. And Peanut, yeah, just like you said, Brion was undefeated so far up until you guys met each other. So what did you focus on in this matchup? You know, he's really good at early game rotations and, you know, some kind of iconic, his kind of pathing. So we wanted to be careful about that, and we wanted to be aggressive as much as we can. And today, I think the macro play was one step ahead of Brion. And game number 1, you were the unanimous POG by out-jungling What did you focus on facing up against in the jungle? Well, nothing much like that. I only focused on the champion matchup, you know, what my champion can do up against the opponent's champ. For example, I was on Vi, so I could be a little bit more proactive compared to the champion played. And Delight was able to stop the losing streak of Heimerdinger. Pays, why do you think he was on a very long losing streak? I don't really. Then let's change this to this way. Like, as an AD carry, what do you think of Heimerdinger support? Is that reliable, or does that add kind of a pressure on you to kind of carry the game? Well, Heimer is really strong in lane, so as an AD carry, I really like it. Got it. And then back to Peanut. In game 2, Corki made his return to the LCK after a very long while. Tell us about it. I mean, Chovy, he has a very, you know, deep champion pool, and it was always viable up against Azir, and Chovy was like, yeah, maybe this isn't Corki ankle up against Azir this game. And Peanut, you were just bullying top lane in game 2. Why did you hate on Morgan so much in that game? I mean, I had this plan where I just like play around top side, we'll be able to get a lot of points, and our bottom lane was winning a lot. So I was like, this is maybe, you know, the game that I should play around the top side. I think I should have gotten a lot more kind of wins and better trades there, but it wasn't really that good. And Pays, like, your performance in game 2 was so on point. Your, you know, aggressiveness and also your mechanics were just cherry on top of every team fight. I was kind of always confident, you know, playing the games, but I think I kind of adapted to the low park finally. And Peanut, did you give any advice over to Pays, a very young rookie player? And this is actually a question over to Pays. Did Peanut give you any kind of advice?
잘 기억이 안 나나 봐요. 피넛 선수.
Peanut, could you help us with that?
열심히 하자.
I was like, let's get this, let's go, let's work hard, and that was it.
오늘 잘해주신 것 같은데요. 다음 상대는 한화생명입니다.
Your next
한화생명은
opponent is
페이즈
Hana
선수는
Life
바이퍼
Esports.
선수와의 맞대결을
And Paige,
앞두고
you're gonna go up
있잖아요.
against
앞으로
Viper.
각오도 궁금합니다. 먼저 피넛 선수.
Peanut, how are you going to prepare for the Hana Life matchup? I mean, Hana Life, they got the world champion lineup, 3 world champions over there, so we are a little bit worried about it, but we are having more wins than Hana Life, which kind of put us in a really good spot there, so we will do our best to get the win in that series as well.
페이즈 선수의 각오도 한번 들어보겠습니다.
What about you, Paige?
하나 바텀이 되게 잘하는
I
것
think
같은데
Hana Life, their bottom duo is really strong, but we will also work hard in order to get the win.
좋습니다. 네, 꼭 이겨보겠다.
Looking forward to that matchup up against Hana Life Esports, but this will be the end of the interview from Paige, Pina from Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As it's made a little bit easier today because he's still working on getting those interview questions done right, but he's doing a good job for what he's got going on. Let's take a look at the standings for now, as Genji have eclipsed Bro by 1 spot.
And unfortunately for any Bro leavers, it would not be shocking if Bro, even though this week I think their schedule is still okay, over the course of weeks, unfortunately they're going to be able to keep up the current position that they do have. This is the first strong team that they faced, and unfortunately it looks like they are running into exactly the same issues they faced last year. Against every team that wasn't specifically, back then Damwon Kia, they are not able to find the magic, right? So maybe D+, maybe the name change got rid of that curse as well, and if that's the case, then it'll be even more rough for Bro. For Genji, overall, a good look. Wasn't the cleanest game today, but clearly they didn't feel like it had to be. They had fun with it.
They got the 2-0. A win's a win. They're feeling good about themselves. Guys, we do have T1 up against Kwangdong Freaks next. That'll be in about 45 minutes or so you don't want to miss that. We'll be back after the break for the second match of the night.
Okay, yeah. So let's speaking of which, let us let us segue
Hashtag
into
Bromomento.
the hashtag Bromomento standings predictions. So what we've done is we've predicted what the standings are going to look like at the end of the spring split.
We're gonna look so silly.
After week
amazing.
After week 1, and this is like basically bringing from the very beginning of this episode the overreactions and placing it onto the table in front of us here in the form of this beautiful Excel spreadsheet graph.
Which I assume you guys can see.
Yeah, you can probably have access to it. We'll just we'll send the share link in the description.
It'll be on the It'll pop
Google
up.
I was joking.
I never know of you, okay?
Because then we can
Make
see
sure
all
to
the
share the
little
Google Doc,
circles.
yeah.
Yeah, like all the Google Sheets. Yeah, there we go.
Just not even trusting this guy's editing skills. I'm sorry for this guy.
Season 4, okay?
All right. So I'm going to have a look at this, and we'll have a look at where the discrepancies lie, shall we?
Yes.
Nongshim being 10th. No discrepancies
Yeah.
there.
First, I think the first. I think the first. We can keep that out.
Kill this. I've got this slippery hump on, and it's just slipping out of the folds.
You can literally just tie it, like the clip goes onto
Put it
your
on your
hands.
belt.
But on that note,
Oh.
you know,
Top
I'll
three we
stand
don't
up.
have to discuss,
Yeah.
right?
Well, a little bit.
We do have to discuss the top 3 because
Yeah.
there is a little bit of a change. This goes back to our previous conversation about D plus Kia versus T1 and Wolf's the Believer.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is one part of the 2 overreactions I had, and I am believing in D plus Kia right now. And at this moment in time, before I submit predictions in the next 2 days, I'm leaning towards I'm probably going to predict them over T1, but I do think it is going to be very close. I'm like 51-49 D plus Kia, you know, but at this moment in time, because of what I said earlier, so I'll just say it one more time, I think because they are not the same team and they look this good already, they're going to be better than they are now, like massively, potentially. We have to remember the caliber of opponents they faced so far, but still, I think that the potential is there, and it's my crazy early prediction thing, and I'm just willing to put them on number 1 right now.
All right. The other thing we agree on is Genji a 3rd place.
Everyone.
Everyone. Just collectively, Genji's 3rd, Nongshim's 10th.
They just haven't looked as good as T1 or D+, and every other team has kind of let us down in one facet or another. So like, like Genji, you know, they lost to T1, but what are you gonna do, right? Like, I think they still have looked much better than everybody else. So like, better than Humble Life Esports, much better than KT, much better than DRX, you know. So I think it's a no-brainer to put them there at 3rd. But after that, everything changes.
Everything is pure chaos.
Between 4 and 9.
So maybe
We have
yeah.
3 different teams in 4th.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk
Maybe-
about mine. Can you guys talk about yours?
Well, the one I want to ask you about, Atlas, and maybe we should all ask each other the one where you're like, what's going on there? Yeah. Let's
do it
so
left to right.
Atlas,
Intervention style.
Atlas.
Okay, intervene me.
why is KT 4th in playoffs?
Well, one
They
would say
almost lost to Nongshim today. They lost a game to Nongshim.
They didn't though.
No, but they lost a game.
They
lost the
They
series.
did, but they didn't lose the series.
Because
Hey,
Nongshim-
Mr. Humble Life Esports, they lost to Live Sandbox today.
So they lost.
Okay, and you have them in 4th.
Yeah.
Sorry to break into the interview.
Yeah. So
I got
You have them there
I
as
got
well.
emotional, okay?
yeah. So like
Yeah,
the
so
same,
what?
The same logic does apply to Humble Life Esports that applies to KT, but I actually just think that KT look like they'll probably get it together better than Humble Life Esports.
Oh.
That's what I think. Because I think Cuz is better than Clid.
I think that's
what I think.
reasonable.
Yeah.
That's a dark path to have that conversation, you know. That's a dark path we go down.
I don't want to open that can of worms, you know?
Alice is like anywhere.
4-letter C junglers, man, you just don't know.
I
Thank
assume
God he's not Kona, you know?
none of us watched any LPL, right? But I've heard some rumors talking to the LPL people about Clid and FPX. And I think saying Cuz is better and will probably remain better is a fair statement. Because the things I heard were real bad.
Fun plus Phoenix.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the Atlas intervention. KT on 4th.
Yes.
You defended yourself admirably.
Why, thank you. I don't.
Also, can we ask about Kwangdong number 8? Can we? I'm gonna have to. I'm
Well,
gonna have to
I
stop
wanted
right
to
here.
go next.
They're playing scrims.
Because Wolf has Kwangdo on 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the next intervention.
What do you think? What kind of scrim meta you think they're playing?
All right, look.
Tane's gonna carry, right? Like that must be.
I think based on what we've heard from June, who still was subbed out for some reason, which we don't understand.
It was a scrim.
It was a scrim. Also, Bulldog looks really good. Okay.
That is true. We're not arguing that.
And I'll be honest with you guys, me putting Kwangdo in 4th is because I really had to think really hard about who was going to be 5th and 6th and 7th, and I just be like, am I really going to put Hanwha in 4th? No. Am I going to put KT Roaster in 4th right now? Absolutely not. DRX? Hell no.
Everyone just fell on the
And then I was like, well, Bulldog seemed pretty good. Remember when I said on the broadcast when I was casting you yesterday, Val, I was like, Bulldog, I can trust like that, you know? Like, and then I just kind of thought about that, and I was like,
The best thing is, especially looking back at past seasons, some of the it is going to come true. Like we don't know yet. You never know in week 1.
These teams will achieve a placement in the LCK.
I actually think like it makes complete sense to me that out of seemingly nowhere, one of Nongshim, Sandbox, Kwangdong, or Bro is actually going to be like a playoff soon, and it's going to knock out any of Hanwha Life, DRX, KT, for sure. Yeah, I'm actually like. That is what happened so many times in times past as well, right? So I can't wait. So okay, I've been casting, I've been throwing stones. Hit me.
All right, I think yours is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie, but Bro being in 9th bothers me a lot.
Yeah,
that
same,
goes for you
same.
too. But
Bro
I
in
think
9th?
he was an
What?
anti-bro this week, to be fair.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
hashtag anti.
I'm okay. Hear me out.
he's a bro anti.
With Bro, I think the ceiling of this team is just very, very low. And I think them beating up on 2 basically challenger teams in the first week when their core hasn't changed at all doesn't really tell me anything. I think they were able to get playoffs last time around. And that was magical and took a lot of circumstances and miracles for that to actually come to fruition. I firmly believe, I don't know if it will be Sandbox or Kwangdong or Nongshim, that well, one of those teams will be worse, the other 2 will be better. I think those teams actually have a very natural growth curve ahead of them. I think that they either have individual players like Bulldog or a cohesive identity, like Sandbox, as I expect them to keep developing, or Kwangdong, don't know who is actually going to be successful. But to me, Bro, if Bro is higher up, I think that's not a great sign for the LCK. I think they play extremely slow. I love the team, and I don't give me that face.
It's okay to
You're
be
just,
bro anti.
Yeah, I just
Weird.
the reason like Bro and Nongshim to me.
You just won't have any friends.
Yeah.
I don't like you.
The reasoning to me is the same for both Bro and Nongshim. I love both of these teams, but I don't think that as other teams develop through spring, they should be able to stand up.
All right, Valdez.
I mean, I'm also well.
Bro in playoffs is a good.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I think that I would have put Bro at 8, but Leaf Sandbox were pretty good today, so I just wanted to give them a little nudge, and I think there's a lot of growth potentially to be there at Leaf Sandbox. I think Breon has mostly stayed the same, except like Karis joined the roster, who he's had quite a bit of time to develop as a player, and it hasn't worked out. I feel like even Lava, I would put it in a stronger place, and like I feel like Karis is kind of a downgrade. So
Also support.
Yeah,
Losing Delight is huge.
Yeah, losing Delight for
That actually
sure.
to me is a large reason
They
of why.
did get former T1 support effort. Okay.
Want to talk about effort?
Former Nongshim support.
Wait, was he on Nongshim? I didn't watch those games.
He was gone for a while, but
Snowflower.
and for Peter, yeah.
He's been playing from his bedroom, man. Give him a break.
All right, wait, you were gonna go on the next interrogation. I'll do the one after
Is it
that.
about Bro?
Yeah, I just wanted you to give us some wisdom as to why Bro deserves
Yeah,
6.
no, I mean, you guys are talking about growth, but the thing is that a lot of growth in the LCK happens at the end of spring / beginning of summer. So like, Bro, they have two of their biggest pieces, Morgan and Umpty, still together. They have a workable mid lane. The bottom lane, I don't know because, for now they've been allowed to just literally play Lucian Nami every single game against weaker opponents. That's not going to happen against better teams. So that's a big question mark. That's kind of like, I hope that the meta changes so that like the top side of the map is more important because their top side of the map is pretty good and they have really good synergy already. I think they're good enough and some of these teams are going to need more time. Like I have like Kwangdong and KT and
I thought you were going to ask me about KT. I mean, KT's like that. I don't want to because I don't want you to force me to do the E-word stuff. Yeah.
We already went over why you put KT.
I know.
So you guys, hold on, I just want to check. I make sure this is correct on the paper.
I was gonna make. No. I think that it's hilarious, and I think Wolf was just about to get into it. But this entire episode, we have just not talked about DRX at all.
Well, I was getting that because I thought maybe there might be a mistake where
guys, I forgot that DRX was even I had to put them in afterwards. I'm like, oh, what is DRX?
Well, as it turns out, they're not the same team that won Worlds, so it's very hard to get your head around that. And I've seen a lot of fans as well being like, what, DRX won Worlds and they play like this? I'm like, you guys not even looking at nameplates, but you guys weren't looking at looking at the gameplay today. If you put Hanwha in 4th, DRX in 5th, both of you over here.
Hanwha just needs some time. Hanwha just needs some time, okay? Like, they're a great team.
So
they have sick players.
Well, let's hear some details,
You can talk about DRX, I don't know.
So for DRX,
a moment of,
I love chaos. That's it. And they have the most chaotic players. They have Beryl and Croco, both of which so far have looked absolutely atrocious. So the only thing that makes sense to me is that team is going to pull it together.
They're on the chaotic alliance.
Yes. Yeah, they are. because DRX
added the ZX.
Yes. It was supposed to be like chaotic evil, but they just forgot evil existed, so they just do chaotic again.
They've gone off the map.
The one thing to me that hinges on this though, and that is something that I think me and Valdez might still err on and might come back to really bite us, is assuming that Fate is going to be good.
Yeah,
that's
that.
Well, okay, and that's fair. But I think just as you guys talked about, like what is the developmental curve going to be? I'm taking the gamble here that Fate and Croco revert to 2021, where they were actually also a game away from making playoffs, right? And I think that this is the type of roster, especially because of the players, where I'm like, I can see them be absolute garbage for the first 3 weeks and then start stomping people, right? To me, this is kind of gambling on them really getting it together. And I think once they get it together, they will be a top tier middle of the pack team. They won't be starting, maybe they'll have like good series, maybe they'll get like an upset against D Plus or T1 at some point, right? But like that's not my expectation. But to me, it makes complete sense for this team this is just the gamble. And DRX, as far as teams to gamble on, I think the payoff will be huge because on theory, right, like Fate, super stable mid laner, doesn't really lose, always a brick wall that can be there. Well, I mean, obviously right now he doesn't do that. Croco, when his initiation sense is synced with the rest of his team, we know he has like some of the best initiation sense in the league, but right now it's not synced, so he goes in and let's try to pull off these crazy early ganks and it sucks and nothing happens. Rascal, self-explanatory. And Dogden and Beryl, I think also self-explanatory, like Beryl flashing and dying level 2 is peak Spring Beryl. So I'm taking a gamble.
I want to just put it out there since I was on the Ast, I guess, and I have DRX in 7th right now, not making playoffs. I don't trust Fate. Like, I feel like he's past his peak, and I think that I was one of the biggest Fate championers. Like, I was like, okay, Fate is like really, really good. Like, he's just he's really good. His Syndra's amazing, 2021. Syndra's back. Jury's still out on how amazing it is this time around. For me, it's always been like these kind of strange, high potential mid laners I'm always super excited about, and then they disappoint me. Like Lava. You guys know I was like on the Lava hype train. Like, this is going to be it.
Yeah, you were the crazy bro lever at the start of last year. Where's that energy now, dude? Where we need it most?
I'm still a bro lever. I'm just not an anti. I put him at 9. I'm just not an anti.
I'm not an anti. You have him in the same place as me.
He's an anti. It's fine.
It's too late.
It's fine, but it's pretty weird.
I put him in the top 9. I put him top 9 teams. In the LCK.
You put him bottom 2. I put him top 9. But I also feel like Rascal, this should be his meta, and so I want to say I'm hopeful that will continue to be a good thing, because that is seemingly the best part of this team right now, and I'm just not ready. I'm just not ready to believe.
Listen, Beryl just needs a little bit of time to start playing League of Legends again, so just give him some time to get unaddicted to Genshin, and he'll be back, okay? Just need a little bit of time.
Beryl did not go on a trip with his team after they won the World Championship.
He didn't go to the Grand Canyon.
He didn't go to the He didn't celebrate after winning Worlds because he wanted to go back and play gacha games.
Yeah. Well, to be perfectly honest, Nahida just released and she's super broken.
Yeah, which no one besides you and Beryl makes any sense as a reason as why you wouldn't celebrate with your team after winning Worlds. So
I mean, he absolutely should have celebrated with his team.
we're all taking some gambles, Valdez is a bro playoff believer. Atlas has hitched his card to KT, which interesting choice.
No, I didn't. I just think
He's a long-time LCK.
Yeah. So I did it. I tried to use as much logic brain as I could, right? I tried to use as much logic brain, and I was like, can I feel okay? It was kind of like Wolf with his Kwangdong like somehow in 4th, And I did it, and I'm like, well, Harmon Life Esports, there is no way they're in my top 4 after today. Because they lost to Live Sandbox, and if you were watching the start of the show, that team sucks a lot. They're not good even a little bit.
I mean, they looked better today, but yeah, I mean...
They looked better today, but I thought that they didn't look very good at all. And so Harmon Life Esports losing to them, I think was more on Harmon Life Esports being bad on the day.
Can't wait to look back.
I know, I'm
at
looking
the end
forward
of
to it
spring.
too.
I'm already. It's like when you.
I know,
when
we're
you
gonna
know
feel
it's
so
your birthday.
stupid when KT is first.
When it's your birthday, you're like, oh, I know.
Fifth, we're like, whoa, what happened to that team?
Oh, I'm getting a great gift, and like you're already looking forward to weeks in advance. That's me. I'm like, we're gonna look. I don't know. Some of us are gonna look like a genius. Some of us are gonna look dumb. I hope that Genji is actually third, just to keep that in place.
I'm like looking at Valdez's predictions, and I'm like, I want that to happen. I kind of just, I want that to be the future. Not KT being an 8.
KT
That's a bit
needs as
sad.
well.
That makes me sad. But
I think top 5, yeah. The top 5 of Valdez is, I'm like, yeah.
For like yours, if KT and DRX were swapped, I'd be really happy.
If I could change it, I would actually. I'm gonna go with Wolf. I would put Kwangdong over KT. I'm like, that's the type of future that I want.
I did that as well.
Just
in 7th and 8th.
The CV Max sneaking into Scrim playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, if they actually play June and they, play around their really good mid laner and don't put them on Karma.
Yeah. I mean, that's if they don't spend half the season playing with their challenger roster because it's a Scrim, you may as well experiment.
Remember when Danny didn't say it was a scrim roster for T1, but it really was, and then they found the answer, and then they went to every finals after that, pretty much. Just saying, buying early on the Kwangdong potential here.
But Wolf, sorry, but we're not predicting 2024 spring. This is 2023 spring.
Look, I can't predict Hanwha, KT, DRX, Live Sandbox Pro, and Ongshim in those spots. They just have to be below. And I'm not trying to say Kwangdong is the 4th best team, but they said I couldn't leave it empty. I can't leave it empty, right? there will be a team in 4th place. I just had to do game theory and figure out which one seemed to be the least offensive to me at this moment in time.
The best part about this is that we made these predictions an hour before the show, after a 5 or 6 day work week.
Yeah,
and after a 6-game day, and with the knowledge that tomorrow Challengers is waiting for us again. So everyone is losing it.
But actually, I really like these lists, and I'm really looking forward to going back to them at the end of the season as well. And that's only in a few weeks' time. But I think it's time for us to go to bed because we've got an early morning. At least Wolf and Valdez definitely do.
What do you don't pretend that we also have a tough time. We have a day off tomorrow.
No, we don't. Yeah.
You guys did cast 6 games of today.
We did do today. That did exist.
Okay. I think that's worse.
Liv Sandbox won and my challenger team won a game. I am.
But it had to go through what happened today.
Yeah,
so
Valdez is looking forward to a challenger day for the upgrade in League of Legends quality.
It's gonna get better from here on out. So.
All I ask for, that's actually, I want to end on that note. is that I never have to cast a game like that first Live Sandbox game again.
Yeah.
Because that was... And I didn't have
Coming
to
from
today.
a huge Live Sandbox fan.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I still am. The jury's still out on
He's
that.
a Live Sandbox anti.
But...
That's his bottom tip. All right, thank you so much for watching. Make sure that if you have any considerations about our predictions, you can leave them in the comments below, and we do read those. I spend a lot of time scrolling, so if you want to go down and leave your predictions, that would be fantastic. Follow us on Twitter at Pogstate if you want to know when all of the future episodes are live. But for now, we're going to go home, we're going to go to bed, and we're going to wake up and commentate more League of Legends. See you then.
That was like the best episode of Pogstate ever.
똑같이 해주시죠. 네. 네. 하나, 둘, 셋, 출발. 자, 한 번 다시 할게요.
그래도 좀 천천히 그래도.
아니야, 그냥 뛰셔도 돼요. 제가 따라갈게요.
알고 있습니다. 맞나? 브리온이. 다시 할게요. 대답해봐라!
LCK
내가 찡찡해서 내가 눈을 감을 수밖에 없어, 순간.
잘할 거야. 잘할 거야.
아, 죄송해요.
이거 잘할 거야 하면은 다 까먹는다니까 이게 지금. 말이 안 돼 지금. 잘할 거야.
힘드신가요?
네? 아니요.
꽤 좋은 아나운서가 될 거야. 꽤 괜찮은 LCK 아나운서.
What the hell? 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 오케이, 그래서 그런 느낌으로 이어갈게요.
저랑 함께 가시죠.
에이. What the hell?
너네랑 우리는 노는 물이 달라. 이 분석 테스트 최대 주주는 바로 나 육수빈이라고.
뭐 할 때 약간 움찔했거든요.
네. 알겠습니다.
바로 나 육수빈이라고. 아, 제대로 태어났어야 됐는데.
방송 시작하겠습니다.
페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 우리 초심 변치 맙시다. 우리 페어 플레이. 우리
씨 묻는 거.
사하고 있어.
페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 아니 이거 표정 너무 어렵다. 잠깐만요. 근데 표정을 어떻게 해야 될지.
얼굴 붉어지고 있다.
저도 힘들. 파이팅 할게요. 파이팅. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리.
오래오래 기억에 남을 것
앞으로
같아요.
자주 볼 거예요.
그러니까.
이거는 거의 나오는 거예요. 네. 이거 너무 좀 과하지 않나? 네, 이거 한번 사줘요.
그래. 진짜 싸는 게 아니야.
시그릿
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our final series of the evening. T1 taking on Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks have been outspoken in saying that this is largely an experimental season for them, and T1 have so far been undefeated in matches, but they did drop that one game to KT.
I'm really optimistic about the Kwangdong Freaks, and I talked about this on Hog State, and it was somewhat of a joke, but somewhat serious. I think they could be the 4th best team at the end of the season. Now, we still have some growing to do. It's a scrim season, as CV Max has put it, but I think this roster has so much potential. I think players whose potential wasn't realized in other rosters, players like Young Jae, like Dudu, right? And Taeyoon and June holding things up on the bottom side of the map is what we expected, but for some reason, it's Moham every week, and
yeah, we'll see how that goes. Checking out the standings here after our previous series, Gen.G have rocketed up to 3rd place. Bro, unfortunately, have moved down to 4th, however, still on the east side of the bracket. And yeah, trailing teams like DRX, Nongshim, and Kwangdong Freaks, who now have an opportunity to bring T1 down a peg or two as well. They'll also be able to get themselves that little bit closer to the east side, whereas T1, they'll be able to solidify that 2nd place right under D+ Kia and can then hope to claim the 1st place by beating D+ Kia on Saturday.
That's the big one, the Saturday Showdown. It's happening in 2 days' time, and this will give us a little bit more of an indication of T1's form leading into the match of their 2nd match of the week, as T1 just trying to keep that win streak, and Kwangdong don't have their 1st win yet, even though both of their series they played, I think there were some sparks of really good stuff, including the Vision game we saw from them in that 1st series against Hanwha Life Esports, and some of the macro mistakes they made against Breon I think are easily fixable with good coaching, as Dudu versus Zayas is going to be one of our key matchups tonight.
Yeah, and Zayas has actually been outspoken, saying on his stream that he's like besties with Dudu, and they've gotten real close together. It's actually very, very cute. Of course, it was on his recommendation that Faker picked Dudu in the season kickoff event. Really cute stuff, but I think that it is going to be all business.
The greatest mid laner of all time versus the smartest dog of all time.
This is definitely one of the points of the match of all time as well, Wolf. Yeah. My goodness. All right, well, Bulldog faces off the 10-year LCK senior Faker. Okay.
Yeah. Also, his name comes from, as mentioned by Chronicle many times, from a Maple Story enemy. The word for fire and poison coming together, Bulldog character there. But anyway, T1 tonight. You know, there's not a lot to say about this matchup except that for them you just don't want to stumble before that really important match against D+ Kia. You mess up here, you have an off series, some drafts get exposed, and then suddenly that really tough matchup you have coming up later on this week could be, you know, exacerbated by this series. Actually, some of the struggles you may have against D+ Kia. Maybe D+ Kia can glean some information here, but we expect this will be a 2-0 for T1. I don't think anyone is predicting otherwise. They just have to make sure they play a clean series here and get it done. It's more about what can Kwangdong do against them. I think a lot more excitement about looking at this roster, how they draft, and how they play this series out.
No, I 100% agree, and this could be a really big upset if Kwangdong can take down T1 here tonight, because it not only means that they get themselves further up as Moham just straight down the barrel. Cold, cool, calm, and collected, ready to get onto the Rift. And really threw me off my train of thought there. Really liked it, though. Thanks, Moham. Thanks for that one. But the thing that they can do is stop T1 from having that momentum moving towards that D+ Kia match. And despite D+ Kia having that 6-0 beginning of the season as far as game score is concerned, a perfect record so far, they looked a little bit shaky in their series against Nongshim, a team that they really shouldn't have struggled to take down. And so T1 can target that if they are able to play some clean League of Legends, like you're talking about.
I think that as much as I'm optimistic about the roster here of Kwangdong Freaks, they had they lost to 2 opponents here that are becoming some of our weaker teams, right? Hanwha Life Esports, which right now most people are very worried about their performance, and Frederick Breon, right? So we do have to mention this is a tough matchup for Kwangdong Freaks, but you got to start taking wins at some point. You start the season off with a 0-3, And people are going to start questioning that Scrim strategy, as Dudu right now, in terms of a lot of his stats here, looking very good even when put next to Zeus.
Yeah, in fact, especially when put next to Zeus. Outside of the KDA, kill participation, that CS difference at 14 is where my eyes are really drawn. Damage per gold as well, Dudu eking out a lot from what he's given. Definitely very impressive when Zeus needs absolutely no introduction, and a lot of this is due to sample size and things like that. Having only played 5 games so far, we'll see whether Zeus can fix up some of those stats as the season goes along.
Yeah, considering also, too, that those are Dudu stats in a 1-4 record so far this season. So the solo laners have been absolutely fine. In fact, better than fine here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Young Jay as well, I would say, has been far better than expected as he made his re-debut here as in the starting role on Kwangdong Freaks.
I think that the way that I formulate my opinions about Kwangdong Freaks right now is based on each individual part has played its role well, and every single player on this team is doing what they are supposed to do in most of their drafts. The problems arise when they have to do it together, and that's where sometimes we see some weird team fights, some objective failures, some macro mistakes, and I think that's the kind of thing that will come with time. And Boham didn't also look as great as Jun did initially here, and CVMAX is still insistent on running him here in this roster. He's a positive force for the team, you could definitely know that.
Oh yeah, and a bit of a troublemaker as well, as you can see, staring down the barrel of the camera earlier on. As Kwangdong Freaks, putting on a brave face, you could say, as it has been a difficult start to the season. Very, very cute little drawing here on the right. I think that's a Faker fan. And I'm a Bengi fan. He's right there on your screen right now.
A legend of our time.
I thought you were going to say allegedly. I'm like, no, he's there. It's actually him. Allegedly also CVMAX in the building. And in fact, can confirm that he is here. Said hi to him earlier on. So even if someone had a very similar profile, he had an identical twin, I could guarantee that.
CVMAX has a relationship with so many players. Every time you see him at the studio, he's talking to players from all 4 teams they're playing on the day.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
He's definitely a coach that really gets to know people.
And also, of course, an example being Carrier, who he coached in 2020, a year that DRX fans kind of want to forget. However, a year that Carrier was on the roster, so another player that he does have a good relationship with is Maokai and Vi, going to be the first couple of bans taken off the table as we hop into pick and ban here for game number 1. T1 on the blue side selecting that one for themselves. No AD carry bans to be taken away just yet. And the Rise followed up by the Azir.
Really interesting here for Kwangdong Freaks that they banned this Azir this early on in the draft. The Rise ban on blue side gives you some flexibility here, but we might just be looking at a Gumayusi Lucian Nami lane if this does continue. But Ashe and Varus both up. Looks like T1 don't want to deal with that, potentially. Going to ban that one first on their side of the Rift.
Oh, it makes things pretty dangerous, though, because now Kwangdong Freaks have to ban the Ashe. And then they walk right into Yuumi, or right into the Lucian Nami, if that's what T1 wants to do. The ball will 100% be in their court, and I just don't think the punishments are really left available. And if you leave Ashe up, then what happens? T1 pick it, and you lose, right? Like, Ashe Heimerdinger is still so extraordinarily strong, as the Jace is going to be banned away. T1, Caitlyn going to be the choice here, so Caitlyn Lux can definitely come out, and it is a champion that you can stand toe-to-toe with.
It's Gumayusi's Caitlyn. The lock-in gets a thunderous applause here in the arena, as T1 fans were waiting for Gumayusi to have his opportunity to play this champion again. He's so famous for it.
Well, he's so famous for it being banned against him, because he just didn't get to play it throughout so much of last year. So if you are someone that's sitting home saying, like, but I don't remember Gumayusi playing Caitlyn, that's because he wasn't allowed to, as Lucian Nami is just going to be locked away here by Kwangdong Freaks.
This is a bold choice for Kwangdong Freaks. They're going to be outraged.
Elise Lux. Oh my goodness, never mind. Ashe Caitlyn is the lane.
This is really scary here for Kwangdong Freaks. You can all in and you can make this lane work as Kwangdong, but you have to play it basically perfectly. You can offer no mistakes no missteps, or you will just get obliterated in this lane. They'll be pushed out. And this comp doesn't have any backup scaling yet either. And T1 have arguably the better diving jungler here in the Elise as well. Like, Sejuani going to struggle sometimes in the 3v3 if the Lucian Nami doesn't get ahead. I really worry about Kwangdong opting into this matchup, especially without knowing the support just yet. Might have been assuming it was going to be the Lux, but never assume.
Yeah, and look, I would have liked the Lux as well, but this just makes the game look unfair at this point. Like, all of these champions could have been banned in the first round on the side of T1. Of course, Lucian has been very high priority, but you get massively outranged by this Ashe, and the setup for Ona is just absurd.
Yeah.
Plus, you get to put traps down immediately afterwards. Like, someone is not going to be able to move for like 7 seconds.
The reason why Lucian is so, well, one of many reasons why Lucian is so strong right now, but the main reason why he's so strong in this meta is because he's specifically good against Zeri lanes and good at pushing those in. And he's the opposite type of champion and where he is at his strongest than the Zeri. So gives you a lot of tempo, but into something like a Caitlyn, those same rules don't apply because Caitlyn is also a lane bully who has insane range. This is a risky call that I feel like we don't fully understand the full picture until we see those last 2 picks, but I'm not sold just yet. As we see the Karma ban here, could be a, flex to mid there, or rather the Karma, it would be the mid in this case, still viable in this comp.
Unless we go back to Season 1, Ashe mid.
Yeah,
there we go.
The tutorial Ashe.
Tutorial Ashe, take teleport, throw the arrow from base to get the maximum stun length, and teleport into the mid lane. Oh, what a cool play. K'Sante going to be the final ban here on T1 side as Kwangdong Freaks hovering the Fiora for now. I like it for Dudu. He has definitely had some good performances on this champion in the past and really does hit on that carry flavor. And so there it is, going to be locked in. Nah, and what?
Set.
That's fun.
Here. Gnar obviously very strong into this comp of Kwangdong Freaks. You just want something that's going to allow T1 to team fight well for the rest of the game.
Locked.
And it's mid-set.
It is. It is definitely fake a set, as that is Zeus' Cannon. One of his older picks, right? This was one of the ones that he was playing closer to his debut. And definitely a champion that he did make a name for himself on. So excited to see the Cannon.
This comp can bully. This comp can crush the early game, but it also team fights so well. You have so many tools. Ashe Arrow could set up a fight. You've got the Cocoon. You have Set to do a bajillion damage in the fight while also absorbing all of that Lucian damage. Lucian will have no agency. There are threats on 5 champions on the other side to kill him or the victor. I think this is a huge draft gap, albeit in a very unique and unusual way here for T1. They usually don't reinvent the wheel, especially going into a series like this. But remember, the series we talked about that's coming up on Saturday, if you're D plus Kia, you're not going to go, well, I think this is what T1 think the read on the meta is. This is their way of punishing the Lucian comp with their own style and showing nothing while doing so.
I think what this game should be, if you're a T1 fan and you're watching, this should be an example of why Gumayusi's Caitlyn is permanently banned. This is Kwangdong Freaks taking a bit of a gamble to see whether maybe he hasn't put as much time on it in recent days as he did a couple of months prior. I think the answer is going to be probably should ban it.
Or pick something else into it,
Yeah,
that's some more longevity and
imagine like Ashe Heimerdinger Wolf. Like maybe that would have been better.
You don't want to play Zeri into it, that's for sure. And right now, perhaps the practice that we're seeing from Taeyun is focused mostly on those meta picks. And so he says, look, there's a few champions I could play into the Caitlyn, but I just don't want to right now because it's just so rough. And the Ashe here in the draft as well, making it impossible to play Kalista, which could have been another different option, another all-in lane to try to beat this. But, I mean, your options are limited. You gave the Caitlyn player Caitlyn in this draft, and you picked Lucian Nami into it. You better win that fight early when you can take those early trades, or it's going to be a very tough lane.
It really is. Let's hop into the Rift here for game number 1. Oh, bit of project synergy I saw there for a moment. I believe Taeyun and Dudu both doing it. Youngjae deciding not to, stepping away. Definitely one of the more popular Sejuani skins. What was that about, Youngjae? Very sad about it. Ooh, that's a bit of damage.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Moham, can he find it? He's not even going to try.
I
don't blame him.
I love the Ghost Victor here with First Strike. That's just how this is going to go. Faker locks in the Ghost as well. So that is not Unsealed Spellbook. It is a Victor with Ghost, and he needs the speed. He's under so many threats in this game. So will Taeyun be. But even in the laning phase...
Oh, what? This is so much pressure early.
Just making
they are going to be able to walk around this ward as well.
Just making sure nothing goes wrong here early for T1 while also threatening the weaker parts of the draft here for Kwangdong.
Oh, Blast Cone is going to be broken there as Owner is going to start on the enemy blue buff. T1, full information of what's going on here as they did have that ward put down. Their homework 100% done. Beautiful stuff. You love to see it. They're going to continue waiting here just to make sure.
Double Scorch for Taeyun and Moham. First Strike on the Lucian, but no Ignite. I think some with that level 1 hit.
All right, well, Gumayusi and Carrier doing some battle as they assert their dominance, and this is what we were talking about. He's played it 6 times, and then it was illegal from that point on, because other teams felt like winning would be better than letting Gumayusi play Caitlyn.
Okay, not that stopping him from playing Caitlyn means you're winning, but it definitely means maybe you have a chance.
It means you have like more than 0%.
It means you're gonna play a game of League of Legends that's competitive, and eventually you might your Nexus might not die.
Yeah.
This ward is gonna spot out Youngjae's pathing here. Set up earlier on. Owner's gonna of course take away his jungle here. Has level 3.
Yeah, and Youngjae does too. Winter's Wrath will connect as Owner going to get the Electrocute proc, and the Sejuani is bullied away from this area. They were setting up for some sort of dive though, and the main thing is that Youngjae gets down here to protect his bottom lane. But Faker has the inside track, and he's looking to make his way over. Oh, that's a lot of value with that volley as well, as now T1 bearing down on this turret. Faker's going to move in. Ghost already in hand. Arctic Assault is good, as there it is. He bonks their heads together. Can he get the kill, though? Is the question. The answer is yes. Owner's going to lock that one down. It's another kill to go over to T1. They'll lose the elites, but this lane is 100% done. It's over.
This game may be 100% done, Atlas, and this was such a clean dive setup here, too. It's Electrocute on the Elise. They find Youngjae, chip him down a little bit here. He's level 3. They know that Bulldog does not have teleport because he had to opt into the Ghost into this matchup, so he cannot actually come down here to assist. Faker leaves, and the moment you start to commenting that the dive is coming, they're creeping up. If you guys look at the minimap at that moment, you see Bulldog just knows it's doomed. Good luck, guys. I'm pushing mid because there's nothing he can do.
Well, Faker also in a little bit of trouble here, but does have the Haymaker shield. There's the flash that he held for about an eon, and that is going to go down. One cool thing, as we have a look here towards the top side, Brandon Valdez hopped into our chat channel of choice and alerted us to the lethal tempo being picked up here by Zeus. This is something that has been done in the LPL recently, and it's the AD cannon. One of my personal favorite variations of cannon.
Oh man, they're just having the most fun ever. As, yeah, this dive is super clean. It's a 4v3 here, and Taeyun, look at his positioning, is so far back trying to maximize damage, but there's just too many threats. Moham is left out at level 1 here, and yes, Owner does go down. Taeyun picks one up, which is massive for him, because if he doesn't get that one, I mean, it's even worse. I don't know if we could say it's worse, but I think that's the one way it could be worse, right, is if he doesn't get that kill. I don't like saying that it could be worse because I still find myself hard to believe it, to fathom it, to conceptualize it.
But it is worse, Wolf. Yes, it could have been.
It could have
potentially worse. Fate lost on set about 525 days ago. Wow, I cannot believe that. That's actually insane. It's been such a long time. You know what I realized today, Wolf? This is my 7th year casting the LCK.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just you know, time.
Lucky 7, man.
It happens.
That's what you get. This is the meta you get for it.
Yeah, I've been rewarded.
Yeah, that was back when Valdez and I used to joke, it all goes back to the set. That was the set meta. That was the end of it there in playoffs.
That was Bay's meta.
Yeah, it certainly was. was his best time in the LCK as T1 is going to send Faker down here and grab this dragon. Now, Bulldog, very good laning player. We've talked about this a lot, and Faker has largely just simply avoided him here into this matchup. Has found himself with a slight CS deficit because of it, but the trade-off has been brilliant. Picks up 2 assists, obviously, with that bottom dive. Has given them the first Drake of the game.
Ooh, Bubble is going to connect here as barrier, going to be used by Carrier. Do like that, allows him to keep playing aggressive as Faker's just going to move towards Bulldog here. Great Cocoon will connect, Facebreaker comes down. Gravity field's good, but Faker is out of the range of the turret. And in the meantime, Bulldog's going to be zoned away from these minions. Death Ray comes in, Faker's just looking to clear this one out.
Well handled.
A bit of a reset.
Well handled by Bulldog. Has Ghost, can just back out, doesn't need to flash. Knows Faker doesn't have 6 because he spent so much time out of lane. He has the level 6 advantage. Doesn't die there or have to expend his flash.
Ooh, okay, well, he is going to come back down here towards this bottom side. Level 5 for Faker, so doesn't have the showstopper available, but he's going to break a couple of faces, and Taeyun taking so much damage. Youngjae, the first one to go down. Taeyun's dead again, and T1 are just wiping out this bottom lane. There is nothing they can do. Moham! Oh, Moham! He's just dead. Gumiush is going to pick that one up. Another plate comes in.
3 kills at 7. Bulldog is PvE. Like I said, like before, he can't do anything. No. He lost his Ghost. He's zoned out. Faker's not killing minions. He's killing champions.
That's why I was so sad about Moham. There's literally nothing he could do.
Nothing he could do. And I mean, we said it from the draft. This was going to be a rough time, and they are just hard committing to making sure that is the case. And I have to bring out the LCK rulebook. I'm pretty sure there's a clause in there about sportsmanlike conduct because we might have to review this game afterwards. This is just mistreatment of players.
This is not okay. There's like something about, you know, the age. They need to be above a certain age before this can happen. It's not allowed. Poor Moham, look at him.
They just make sure Guma gets the kill, juggle the aggro perfectly.
Well, Youngjae looking to try and, no, it's not happening.
Well, this cannon is going to do a lot of damage later on if this lane continues to go so one-sidedly in his favor, which so far it's going very well for him, and has picked up his Greaves, and with lethal tempo, we can just basically say Fiora is not a good matchup when I can shoot this fast. Or
yeah, well,
throw
this
this fast.
It was always a really good matchup into the Fiora back when it used to be meta towards the top side. It was a long time ago that AD Cannon was a thing. Of course, took a lot of nerfs as well as Owner just walks in.
There's no good news!
And takes Youngjae's stuff. Yeah, I don't know what Dudu's supposed to do.
I looked at you and Kronka before this series and I said, I just want to have one good series. After that KD series last night and the Genji Pro, I just was like, you know what? You know, I'm feeling pretty good about Kong.
You've done your time. You've definitely done your time. And you know what? You're not going to be rewarded today. It's not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow it's going to come in. Is it tomorrow that we get, what is it, DRX versus Home Life Esports? There's some storyline there.
Yeah. I'll be desking though.
We'll be desking. I mean, this is not necessarily a representation of a bad game, but this is a representation of a game that isn't really very competitive.
T1 said, we are going to have fun today with the Caitlyn pick, and then they saw the Lucian into this, and they were like, ooh, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Well, no, they saw the Lucian, they're like, well, now we've decided Content Freaks are not going to have fun. We ban fun. Another, you know, Lucian Nami picker.
Oh, there's a flash down from Moham here from the arrow. And Caitlyn has so much money. It's still sitting on Noon Quiver because he's just been farming it out. He's 30 CS up.
350 bounty already as the volley comes in. Volatile Spiderling hanging out there as well as this ward will be taken down. Faker chilling out with his minion wave. Bulldog wishing that he'd be able to affect the map in some way, but he just can't. Faker is just hard shoving this lane over and over again.
You ever just kill all the turret plates at 10 minutes?
Not me. I have witnessed it happen. It's largely the gentlemen that are on the bottom side of the map in this game that do it, as Faker's just going to run at Bulldog. That movement speed from the Q, as well as the complete footwork that is working out quite nicely. That Cocoon was heading to Narnia.
Yeah, does force Bulldog to Ghost, so he has some all-in potential there with Owner.
Oh, that's -1. That's -1. See, could be worse. Could be worse.
Could always be worse. Nice dash there, doesn't run into the trap.
This turret is likely to be dead though.
1033.
Wow. That's every plate. 102 CS.
Zeus is going to get, can he get every plate top? I think he can.
I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane.
How's your riposte?
Jonas Strong, I love it. I love your work, as the riposte doesn't come in! The ventral maelstrom, that's not the ability. It's
oh my
maelstrom,
god!
He's going to pick up the kill. I think Carrier gets it again. Another POG for Carrier. What do you reckon?
I mean, this just cannot be happening. This cannot be. I cannot believe this is happening. Like, this is actually a televised, official game that is happening.
Oh, and there's a Cloud Soul!
It
could be worse.
I mean, this is actually a humiliation right now. And I don't like to use that word in my commentary, but it feels like T1 have come here to have fun and to obliterate their opponents very quickly and make sure nobody is smiling when we are heading into the draft for Game 2.
And I think it does come down to the draft, though. Mike, what is... That's gross. Okay, that is a very large amount of gold.
Before 12 minutes.
Yeah.
The plates are still up. Oh, wait. They're only up in the mid lane.
Wow. And you say it's a humiliation, but I think that this is the combination of... Oh, okay, Bulldog. He's in a bit of trouble here. Kuhn will connect, and he's really dead.
So how long are those plates up in the mid lane for?
Well, we'll see how... I think, how long does it take for Caitlyn to shoot them down?
Demolish as well.
There's a
Herald.
Yeah, I guess it's after 8 minutes. That's true.
Okay.
Moham and Youngjae are going to watch this turret get destroyed. Is this T1?
You and I...
This could almost be... Oh, no.
You and I commentated a game of T1 where they got every plate except one, I think.
Yeah, we actually... I think it was Papa and I in the Kesper Cup, and it was SKT, because it was a while ago, but it was just after turret plates came in, and they got the perfectest game, which is no one died, the opponent didn't get any objectives, T1 didn't lose a plate, they took every plate, and they then took every Dragon and Baron and stuff like that, and then won the game. As we all look at this, the Jonas Strong angles, and I love it.
Owner is like, hold on, let me keep up with that arrow. Oh, this is the other arrow. I thought this was the mid lane arrow. Yeah, this is on to Dudu, who
he's like, I pressed Q instead of riposting, instead of W.
Yeah. Oof. This one is when Owner's like, oh, hold on, let me keep up with this play. Goes, instantly flashes for this. Stays out of range. He's like, flash cocoon, make it happen.
This team is so good, Wolf. They are just really good. They should be allowed to have these champions that are also in a place right now that is very good. Caitlyn, Ashe, the ban rate, ludicrously high. You then pair them with the Elise, the follow-up to all of this pick, Wolf. And then you add Set. Faker just going to be he's just saying, the other picks are so incredibly strong. How can I turn this into a cohesive team composition? Well, I'm going to pick the Set, allow myself to frontline, take all of that control, also has so much follow-up to any of this pick. And then Zeus says, I just want to pick a champion that's really fun. And 80 Cannon, definitely extremely fun. And destroys Fiora in a side lane for the first 25 minutes. You know what, Wolf? I don't think this game goes much longer than that.
I don't think it goes that long, actually. Just in general, maybe not. By the way, got the full turret.
Never mind.
Now it's down. Plates are down here, so not quite.
Oh, not all the plates.
Yeah, not quite.
Oh, could be worse.
Could be worse.
Could be worse. Could be worse. The place. Oh.
It's worse.
It got worse.
It's better for Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, there we go.
In the slightest and smallest of margins, you know?
Yep. All right, Bulldog. See whether he can do battle with Zeus here. Does have his shield bow completed. Going to be Rageblade next. What you'll notice, Atlas's favorite champions are generally ones that can build Rageblade because they just love the item.
Yes.
Thematically, very, very fun.
I was going to mention your Rageblade Orianna and all.
Yeah, I am a huge fan. But Zeus is building it now, gets the snap or the stun onto Bulldog. Youngjae's going to move in, Carrier's down as well. As Chaos Storm going to come in. Zeus is flashing after him, the arrow goes wide. And Zeus is going to get stunned, so I think he's just dead. And there he goes. Carrier not going to offer enough damage, and that is another kill to Guangdong Freaks.
Zeus looks so upset about it, too.
Yeah.
Like, the arrow was actually well placed and everything. It's still just it's not quite enough. And he's very unhappy with how it went down there. You could tell his player cam, but it was almost an amazing play. It was still an amazing idea.
Yeah, it was a cool idea. And he got the flash out of Bulldog. There you go.
Could be worse. Could be worse. Now, Duda here is going to save the pressure off topside for a little bit longer. We are 2 Drakes up here. As let's watch this one more time. Zeus here wants to get the damage done, sets up the stun, waiting for that arrow. Carry, I guess, is making sure that Youngjae doesn't block it. And he actually commits the flash and ult first. It forces the flash here with the ult first, but it's just not quite enough damage. Youngjae's shadows.
Yeah,
and that's how
nicely played from Youngjae as well.
That's how you have to side lane in this game as Bulldog, is you need the Sage 20 bodyguard or it's just not viable. And he's massively up on farm in this game over Faker, who's been just running around the map killing champions and not minions.
Yeah, I don't think Bulldog is part of the bad news story. The bad news story is Moham and Taeyoon, their existence was outlawed.
We haven't proven it.
Yeah.
We haven't proven it yet. It's just a theory there's a Lucian and Nami in this game. We're not actually sure yet.
Oh dear. The Runeterra is Flat Wolf. We haven't proven that it's round yet. Oh no. Okay, this inner turret, it's dead. We've proven that that is definitely dead.
I think Bigfoot's realer than Taeyoon right now.
Oh no.
And that's not his fault, man. It's the fault of the comp he was given.
Exactly.
He was told by a coaching staff to play Lucian into this.
And he was also he was told by the meta itself that Lucian Nami is really strong right now. And you know what? He's not wrong. Lucian Nami has a decent win rate here in the LCK, but it just hasn't faced Caitlyn Ashe. Probably the most disgusting lane I have ever heard of. It's just really, really difficult to have any agency at all. And we're seeing that Taeyoon and Moham haven't been able to fight back. He has at least made it to 140 farm-ish. But look at this. It's 8,000 gold. Sole point.
Yeah.
T1 of all but one.
Sure, it's not 27 minutes in. The Caitlyn has an Ashe that is clearing wards with Umbroglaive too, so it's just an oppressive composition by its own nature already. But when you add the Umbroglaive in, Kwangdong can't see. Like, they're also this far behind, and they're all wearing blindfolds.
Yeah.
You can't see it on Dudu's eyes right now, but he's wearing a blindfold. He can't see.
Chaos Storm on the wave as well, as you can see here. Meanwhile, T1 just taking whichever turrets they want. 3-0-3 here for Gumayushi, who is... I don't see him dying this game.
Now, if T1 lose this game, okay, let's just let me do the if thing for a second. If T1 somehow lose this game, like if Kwangdong just keep putting this Fiora in a side lane, Dudu's massively behind, but maybe he killed a turret, he gets some freedom there. We go to late game 5v5 fights. Oh,
Moham's dead.
And that's a flash down too.
Oh, Ace in the hole comes in. Gravity. Oh. Okay.
You had hope for a second, didn't you?
I did.
You thought for just a moment maybe he wouldn't die.
Yeah. I mean, they did kind of invest everything to try and save him, and it just didn't do anything.
But how much catharsis, like if Kwangdong somehow pull off the miracle, this might be one of the most legendary games of League of Legends of all time.
This would be equivalent to when I went bold, right? Like that Gen G comeback against D plus Kia.
Now I learned
it's about the same as that.
I learned from you in that moment to not say that today, so I won't, but...
Do you want to bet?
No, I'm not going to, but I'm saying, like, if we compare the riskiness of what you said back then compared to what we're watching right now, I feel you'd be much more secure saying it here.
Yes. I think I would.
The electrocute is what gets him in the end, it looks like there.
Yeah, or the nuke. I don't know what happened. Something descended from the heavens and obliterated Moham.
Yeah, the Ace in the Hole did basically 80% of his health bar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he does have his Imperial Mandate completed. Wolf, let's go through the item spikes now that have been picked up. Bulldog has his Seraphs very close to his Rod of Ages being completed. He's been farming very effectively on this Victor.
Yeah.
Get to that level 14 pretty soon.
Fiora trying to maybe set up a flank here after taking Wolves.
Half health with an ult, okay.
Yeah. It's a bit of a rough time. Kennen pushing her out. He's just going to catch the bottom wave. They're just going to start Baron. He's going to TP in for safety.
Yep. Carrier can keep Youngjae out of here for a while. He has Arctic Assault available to get over. Cocoon will connect there as Faker breaks his face, and he just wants to pull Young Jae out. The Baron is going to go. Faker can tank for about 16 years. Zeus might be the sacrificial cannon here for a moment, but he's not. He'll be fine, as Ona almost finds that cocoon. That was very close to being beautiful.
That was a 3v4 fight too.
Yeah. Bulldog coming over. And I like how he's playing this Victor, you know? He's not getting intimidated.
Victor is, or rather, Bulldog, Taeyun is not having as much freedom in this game, but Bulldog is really, he's the voting for tilt-proof in this game. He's actually,
100%, yeah.
He never really choked when Faker roamed those bottom ganks and dives. He just was like, I'm killing the minions, I'm trying to farm, I'm trying to play this game out. He's finished his Rod of Ages, he's got his Seraphs, he's got the combo, he's got a ton of damage. He's like, I'm going to be the winning condition. If something goes horribly wrong for T1, in a miracle scenario, it's going to be me, so I better not mess this up just in case. On the 0.001% chance we could come back in this game, it's going to be me. Level 14 now.
Yushi coming over, volleys being thrown out. Cloud Soul on the table for T1. Some denial. Kwangdong Freak, some respite, perhaps. Faker spotted on the flank.
Got to be so careful about Zeus here when he has ult, but they know he does not. He doesn't have flash either.
Taeyun got hit by a volatile Spiderling that did half of his health bar. Owner is pretty strong as well. Arrow's going to connect. The chain CC, just massive, and Bulldog is 100% the target that T1 are going to be looking for. Is now Faker. He smells blood in the water. Showstopper as Moham. Oh, no, poor Moham. Why choose Moham? It's not fair, Wolf.
June is very thankful he was not starting today now, because I don't know, it doesn't matter if it's actually a clone of Keria on the other side. I don't know if the impact can be made to save this game with this draft and the way that T1 has played this so beautifully early. And the forced ghost on the Bulldog, I think, is one of the biggest problems here for Kwangdong, because if he could teleport bottom and help defend that dive, maybe this game looks a little bit different, but he can't. He's running Ghost, and he can't chase Faker either. He'll lose out. At the early game exchange there, if he tries to follow the set over, he just dies faster, and then the dive is even stronger.
Ooh, Dudu. On the flank, there's the Glacial Prison. Kerry is real dead. I like that.
Baby steps.
Setting it up, capitalizing on maybe some overextension T1's side. As what was that? Okay, well, Peacemaker is not doing a whole lot of its namesake right now. Gumishi is also sitting on about $1 trillion gold, I think.
Yeah, he's about to finish his Ravenous.
I haven't seen these items change in quite some time.
Yeah, he's going to buy Ravenous very soon, I think. He just wants to get as much done off of this this current life before he backs. Inhibitor down.
Does Gumishi go back and finish Lord Doms, or does he just buy an Infinity Edge outright? That's what I'm wondering.
That's a good question.
Where my brain's at. Titanic Hydra completed here for Zeus.
I think he might just buy IE. Because, I mean, he just wants the little bit of armor pen for the same thing we were talking about last game.
Yeah, I'd prefer IE. This chain CC is just beautifully done.
Guma is like, I gotta hold this Drake aggro, I'm just chasing him down, and I don't want him to go run away too early because Faker's flanking. I think they probably could have killed him a little bit faster. This is a little bit of a greedy move here.
In the meantime, Young Jae's dead. Oh, no, not quite. I take it all back. Arrow piercing the side of the map. Zeus diving forward on top of Bulldog. We've been here before. Zeus throws down a preemptive slicing Maelstrom and stuns up Bulldog as he's making his way out. Faker, he's jogging towards this top side. Bulldog is his target, as we can see. He's hurting the members of Kwangdong Freaks right now as he picks up Dudu. Facebreaker is going to collect Bulldog. Faker doesn't get both of them, which is, I think, what he was going for there. He'll have to settle with just the one kill.
Titanic Hydra, not Ravenous Hydra for Zeus.
Yeah.
Just...
And Lord Dom's complete for which is a bit sad.
Oh,
thought it might be just outright.
He might have had a little bit, like he might have been just a few hundred gold off.
Yeah, might have been that.
He's earned 11.6 thousand this game, though. That's 3,000 ahead of his opponent.
That is. That's quite a large number.
We did crest the
turret. He's going down.
Yeah. You were saying like 25 minutes, that's probably when it's going to end. We might be at that point.
Uh-oh. Well, Arrow is going to pick the gap. Don't get any points for that. All right, Faker's going to move on in. They deal with the last remaining inhibitor turret. Young Jae's real dead. As Dudu, oh my, what the heck? Gumayushi flies forward with his Gale Force. and just eradicates Kwangdong Freaks from the map. This Nexus turret not going to be long for the world. Facebreaker gets flashed, but Bulldog not going to be so lucky. Moham, a couple more autos, and he's going to be dead, but he at least gets to the relative safety of his fountain. T1 are done with this game. This has been utter domination from start to finish, and T1 will put Kwangdong Freaks out of their misery.
Thought you were going to say, this has been Atlas and Wolf, I'm retiring now.
It's been 6.5 good years, but this is enough for me.
I have to POG vote, and I'm tempted to vote for Guma because the game was defined by the Caitlyn pick, but I feel like I have to vote for Owner because he capitalized on those arrows so extremely well. He had an amazing game of Elise.
What about Carrie's arrows, though?
I think I'm voting for Owner.
All right, I think that's fair enough.
But it's hard with a game like this, and I feel like I was robbed.
I want to vote for Bengi. Because honestly, like the Caitlyn first pick into the Ashe support with the Elise, that core that they locked in, like that was where the game ended.
I feel like I was robbed of a competitive game that we were supposed to have. But I also feel like the saddest part about this, the real tragedy to all the fans, whether you're a T1 fan or not, is that it was so one-sided that it could have been like really cool and interesting, and we're like, oh, let's talk about what it means. And then it was after Faker just walked down bottom side the first time.
Yeah.
There was no chance. I mean, there was basically no chance, but after that, we watched 25 minutes of, I mean, players are upset.
Yeah, Youngjae is really having a rough time here, and I don't think that there was anything that he could do to salvage that game. He was where he needed to be. It's just unfortunately, while he was there, he could not do anything.
T1 made him cry. That's what this draft is. That's what this game was. Like that is what we just commentated, sort of, in this first game.
To the best of our ability, Wolf. To the best of our ability.
Okay, well, that's an official recorded game, as they say. I hope that we have learned our lesson, Kwangdong Freaks. It's time to stop screaming, this one was not a success.
It definitely wasn't. I think the Gumayushi Caitlyn experiment is one that I don't want to see made again. Because there's a reason why he's never lost on this champion.
Keria out-damages Kuma in this game.
Yeah.
Just, what have we watched? What have we witnessed?
Very sad. Really do feel for Youngjae. Like, if he's the one feeling all of those emotions, as you can see his team supporting him here, it's not his fault, but he is feeling so much of that responsibility. Let's see whether he can get back into the swing of things for game number 2, because it can be very, very difficult to make that bounce back. After the break, it's going to be the space to break down that T1 domination.
바텀까지 내리자. 가보려고 한다.
바텀까지
가고 있어 우리. 나 공만 하다가. 세준 아니 이거 바텀 밀만 하잖아? 살긴 했거든. 세주 누구? 밀고 다이브 올래. 나 밀고 다이브 보자. 하는데? 보자. 밀고 다이브. 세주 잡았어.
개피 루시안 개피 잡았어.
가자. 끝내자. 나 고치 1초. 풀고치 한번 볼게.
봐도 돼. 비철은 나 남이 좋아. 비철은 나 남이 노플이야.
나비.
남이가 본체다 얘네 빅토르랑.
그렇대.
그냥 무시해도 돼.
그렇대.
뭐야.
밑으로 올게. 나이스.
뛰어라 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 뛰어라.
똑같이 해주시네. 네. 하나, 둘, 셋, 출발. 자, 한 번 다시 할게요. 그래도 좀 천천히 그래도. 아니야, 그냥 뛰셔도 돼요. 제가 따라갈게요. 네, 컷.
다 알고 있습니다. 맞나? 브리온이. 다시 할게요. 대답해봐라!
LCK
내가 팅팅해서 내가 눈을 감을 수밖에 없어 순간.
잘할 거야. 잘할 거야.
아 죄송해요.
이거 잘할 거야 하면은 다 까먹는다니까 이거 지금. 말이 안 돼 지금. 잘할 거야.
힘드신가요?
네 아니요.
꽤 좋은 아나운서가 될 거야. 꽤 괜찮은 LCK 아나운서.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
오케이, 그거.
그런
느낌으로. 이어갈게요.
저랑 함께 가시죠. 에이. What the hell?
너네랑 우리는 노는 물이 달라. 이 분석 데스크의 최대 주주는 바로 나 육수빈이라고. 육수빈이라고.
할 때 약간 움찔했거든요. 네. 알겠습니다.
바로 나 육수빈이라고. 아 제발로 태어났어야 됐는데.
방송 시작하겠습니다.
페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 우리 초심 변치 맙시다. 우리 페어 플레이. 우리
씨 묻는 거.
사하고 있어.
페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 아니 이거 표정 너무 어렵다. 잠깐만요. 근데 표정을 어떻게 해야 될지.
얼굴 붉어지고 있다.
저도 힘들어. 파이팅 할게요. 파이팅. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리.
오래오래 기억에 남을 것
앞으로 자주
같아요.
볼 거예요.
그러니까.
이거는 거의 나오는 거예요. 네. 이거 너무 좀 과하지 않아? 네, 이거 한번 사줘요.
진짜 싸는 게 아니야.
싫다.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Space. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler, who's got his face all mushed up. That was a game number one that I think Kwangdong Freaks may never forget, as it was one of the most one-sided games we have seen in quite a while. Yeah, it was pretty rough, and I think it all starts with the draft, Chronicler, wouldn't you say so?
That was painful. I need a moment. I thought after witnessing Sandbox versus Deep Blaster that was as bad as it was going to get, but it isn't. And let's get into the draft here, because what we see here is two really big mistakes. The first is leaving off Caitlyn, because even when Caitlyn wasn't as good as she is now, Guma was never allowed to play the champion for a very good reason. But more importantly, what we have seen is that if Caitlyn is given away, if you pick Ash Heimer, I think the game is playable. I still think T1 win. Like, we clearly see how good this team is. We will see it every single time. But if you pick Ash Heimer here, then I don't think Elise gets picked either. But because they go for Lucianami, a lane that is very strong when you can get to level 2 relatively safely, then you're fine. But if you're playing into Ash, who is absurd level 1, and Caitlyn, who same, then they will lock both those two champions. They will pick Elise, and they will dive on the first stacked wave. And that first half of the drafts alone was bad, but then they added sets, like as far as, and literally level 3, Faker's like, okay, I'm piecing out, ghosts toward the other lane, drops his wave.
He did what he had to do, and we have a very long highlight, which is going to show you exactly what happened in this game. You know, this is going to tell you everything that happened in this game, and why it happened the way it happened.
So, I really like the early aggression here, coming out from T1, right from the get-go, right? Making sure that they know what's happening, making sure that they immediately start putting pressure on, and as a result, there is no way that Youngjae could possibly start towards his blue air, right? So T1 keeps control, and because, again, of the power that they have early on, Owner can actually start in the enemy jungle. And then there isn't really any recourse because, again, they're so much weaker. And this is the key issue with giving over both Caitlyn and Ashe. If you have Ash Heimer here, you can walk up to the wave. But right now, you just can't. Like, your champions don't have the strength. Like, obviously, level 2, you get so much stronger. You get bubble, you get an extra appliance of double tap, so you can get a lot more done. But that's not the case. They get zoned out starting level 1. And while this is happening, obviously, Owner is casually getting level 3. This is also while everyone in Kwangdong knows what is happening.
Yeah. It's very telegraphed. I mean, Kwangdong know exactly what's happening. Look at Youngjae. He's doing the right thing. He's in the right place. Well, what is he going to do? Like, there is no actual way to handle this better for Youngjae. So he was very emotional, but it was just T1 kind of outclassing once again.
Victor coming over also does nothing, right? Like, this is a level 3 Victor. Like, what's he going to do? Against Elise, Sets, Ashe, and Caitlyn already being underneath the turret. This is then the second dive. And after the first dive, the game was in a bad state. After this point, the game was over. This is the only highlight we had because this is the only thing that matters. And this is why Ashe, to me, even though the Caitlyn was picked first here, Ashe to me might be the single most absurd champion right now because she is playable in 2 roles and she locks out so many opportunities and she creates them. Because of the Ashe, I think the Elise rises so much in stock. If Ash Heimer is picked up on the other side, then you can counter shove, but this time around, man, what a masterclass from T1, but painful to watch. And this didn't even matter, really. Because this was really cool. I actually really like this. Yeah. Because you have Owner on Elise, so he will be solo AP. If you also go AP Cannon, it's still good in team fights, but that means Merc threats values really rises. You have double AP topside. So by going AD, I think you also bolster your top side, or your matchup against Fiora even more. Zeus is the top lane with the best spacing in the entire LCK. So really enjoyed that. Thought that was very, very cool. Didn't end up mattering for the game at all.
Yeah, I mean, he did kind of dumpsters lane because guess what? Sejuani can't be top. So that's immediately an island. Like, Youngjae has to be in the bottom.
It's just 1v1.
To deal with the dives. So it's just 1v1. It's just Fiora has to deal with an AD cannon. By the way, it's not just any AD cannon. It's Zeus, the guy who you have proclaimed to have the best spacing out of any top lane you've ever seen. I mean, what perfect champ? What other champ would be more perfect than an AD cannon?
It's Thunder Fiend as well. Just works on every single level, and games like
seem fair.
Yeah, and I know that Stevie Max in particular is a fan of the salty run back, but you gotta adjust draft. You gotta give your players the ability to mental reset, because otherwise the same thing's not happening.
Well, Chronicler, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who's going to pick it up for this one, as it will be Keria on the Ashe. Obviously, the fact that he got his hands on the Ashe pick, I think, was already illegal to start with, but then, of course, he played it like Keria would.
He did hit a lot of arrows. To me, my vote went to owner, but I did think it was actually very tough to vote, because it was the cohesion of T1 that made it work, right? It's Guma being extremely aggressive on his Caitlyn, because all these moments are nice, but to me, they're not the story of the game. The story of the game was the first 4 levels on bot side. And that was a team effort of anyone but Zeus. And I'm sure if Zeus could have physically been there, he would have been. But
yeah, maybe next game.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Curious about the votes here. 6 out of 11, we did get 3 votes for...
Faker votes make a lot of sense as well.
You know, you and I were talking about Faker, owner. We thought those would be the ones. Yeah, seems like Wolf win for the owner vote as well. Kind of all makes sense, you know, definitely a team effort from the side of T1. So also, I think the POG votes being split like that do make sense, but Keria will pick it up in the end. So now we're just hoping that game 2 can look a little, actually a lot a bit different compared to game number 1, because that was just an Omega Stomp. Hope we get a little bit of gaming today, otherwise it will just be a quick 2-0 for T1. But we're done here on the space, not much else to say. Let's see if game 2 offers anything else.
I'm not sure that it will, Valdez, but fingers are crossed all over the place.
I think the answer...
Any of them crossed as we can.
The answer to could it offer less is no. So...
True. The only way to go is up. From here...
We're going to see a different draft, and we'll see what choice Kwangdong Freaks go with their side selection here. I hope it's blue side.
If they choose red, I'm already terrified, Wolf.
This is the kind of game that really... It hurts you in your soul as a fan of either of these teams. I think in some ways, like, yeah, even T1 fans probably felt really bad for Young Jay after this one. You know, it's a disastrous game. It's... You know, the reasons are obvious. Okay, this is the first good step.
Yeah, we've done it.
The reasons why this game went the way it did were so obvious and so glaring that it's very easy to make adjustments. And just having a best of 3 start off this way, let's see how the players recover mentally from this, draft aside. It starts with the draft, of course, but as we go into the game, can the players perform? Some players get angry about games like this and actually become super motivated, have a better game 2. Some players choke in the game 2 because they're so emotionally invested in what happened in game 1. A lot of new players on this roster. Bulldog, first season of LCK. Boham feels like his first season of LCK. He was a sub last season. Of course, there's the same to be true of Taeyun, as we will see the Vi banned here first.
Interesting that Wukong is the change up here. Elite's going to be taken off the board as well. I like it. Showing that we are going to adapt our bans. Vi was, of course, banned in game number 1 by Kwangdong Freaks. This time around, though, it is going to be the switch up to the Elise. So one of Jace or Azir will get through. I don't know whether KDF need to go for an Azir ban. As owner, see what he's going to be playing this game. Likely to see his pick in the first 1 or 2. There's Lucian being banned away.
Okay, I already know we're seeing something very different here this time around. Rise still up. Varus, Ashe, these champions that can control the lane, and the Caitlyn. I think you really, if you're not picking it here, I think you really need to drop that ban right now, Kwangdong Freaks. Just delete that part of game 1 from the rest of this series.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be the same comp, but still, they'll ban the Rise themselves, so they may first pick it and try to run it back themselves, but
I mean, if they don't first pick it, it is a mistake. So we'll see what T1 decide to ban away here. I imagine that Gumyushi's pretty happy to play into the Caitlyn. I think that T1 will have plans against it. Varus is available. Varus is a champion that can be played into it.
Ashe
if you leave at Varus Ashe up, then you can probably do some stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure. Both are gonna be left open.
Kasante banned away.
Take Ashe here, Kwangdong.
Oh, wow.
Take Ashe.
So the Elise, this is what Kwangdong Freaks are thinking. The Elise was the problem. She allows for so many of these dives to take place. I can get on board with that, but I think leaving Caitlyn up against T1 in any scenario whatsoever is illegal.
Almost looks like a player, like Zayas is shown on camera there when the Maokai is locked. It almost looks like he can't believe it, that they're going to let this go through. And it feels like a trap in some ways. And T1 thinking about this hard before we're going through with it. But I think Caitlyn's strong into so many things. But Ashe Varus is also just an easy lock-in here for T1 if you'd like to have it. And it's the strongest bot lane right now. It's the one that is illegal no matter what. Because, yeah, you see Lucian all the time. You don't see Ashe Varus because it's always banned. You can never allow these two champions to go over. We might just see a different version of Kwangdong Freaks allowing T1 to have draft Nirvana here.
And once it, like, I love this as well because, I think they should probably pick the Ashe, personally. But that's fine, considering the Silas for now. But I think if they locked in Varus Ashe, then you have a lot more flexibility, right? As Sejuani is going to be the choice. Very strange. Okay.
Well, remember, Kwangdong weren't willing to play the Ashe in the previous game when it was open. So maybe this is a read from T1 to just kind of react a little bit more here and see if Kwangdong are willing to play this. Now, Zeri into Varus Ashe.
What?
Of lanes that could be as bad as the lane we just watched, this is one of them.
Yeah.
This one is on the list of lanes that you should not play into Varus Ashe, the Zeri Yuumi. Now, it doesn't even necessarily have to be Ashe. Heimerdinger is also good here.
Yeah, no.
Karma is also good here.
I think Ashe is like the incredibly good option. Or just Caitlyn Varus. Okay. Support Varus, support Caitlyn. Who cares? One of those things are happening. Basically what this is T1 are going to have two ranged champions that outrange Zeri and Yuumi by about 1 billion Teemos. And Zeri and Yuumi are not allowed to enter the lane, and therefore it doesn't matter who the support is, because they're just not allowed to play the game.
At this point, I feel like Guma and Keria could not buy a support item, either of them, and split the CS 50-50 and have a good time.
Yeah. Oh my, do you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for T1 to like lock Zayas' pick, whatever that may be, and then the last pick is Ashe. And it's Varus mid
after the Azir lock-in?
Yeah, after the Azir lock-in for like 2015 League of Legends. Oh!
Somebody called Caps, he did that recently.
Oh my god.
All right, let's see what Kwangdong actually lock in here, because we're already very worried, but it's not over yet, and things can change here as the Silas does get banned away, which does lead into, it looks like they're very likely want to play the Azir. Ziggs here, a really interesting ban. Now, we've seen a lot of discussion about whether Ziggs could deal with some of these Varus lanes actually very well.
Yeah.
But they already have Zeri Yuumi, so that Ziggs ban is very puzzling. I don't think Bulldog was considering it as an option here.
Okay, so what does T1 lock in? Do they could lock Ashe now. To just have all of it.
They could.
These are examples of the champions still available that hard counter your lane, by the way. Okay, here is the Azir. So we're not going for that. The Azir will be locked in for Faker. It was banned in game 1. A champion that Faker is pretty synonymous with.
They banned the Silas, so it makes the Azir much more appealing here. Akali could work here for Bulldog, but he has to play it very well, and the rest of the composition is a little bit disjointed with the Akali. You have two good targets in the backline, but because it's support here, an 80 carry support, you're going to have problems potentially if you dive in, because there's just so much damage in this comp and peel. So it's bold to go for that choice, as they will lock the Renekton first here. It's going to be the blind one. And will they put Bulldog on Caitlyn? Or will they just put him on a Victor and hope for the scaling? Oh, sorry, not Caitlyn, excuse me, Akali.
Yeah, the Akali looks to be the option here. Does make a lot of sense. T1 will then pick either Nah, or they could play Kennen again. I honestly feel like the Kennen would be kind of cool. Although, Sejuani value is going to be extraordinarily low. So at least with a Jace, you can go into melee form, and so you can get some of that permafrost value. Considering it for now.
It's a lot of damage poke-wise here.
Oh yeah.
And he's going to commit. So
now we get to see exactly who's going to be playing what. I assume that it's going to be Guma on Caitlyn and Keria on the Varus.
I think so, because that's what makes the most sense, because it's much easier for Keria to obviously farm Spell Thief's Edge if that's the support item he's going to choose here. Just in general, his gold item where he gets damage from his poke. Much easier to pull that off than Caitlyn, so Caitlyn not going to be able to scale as well off of the support item and having less gold. Varus also has the utility of his ultimate, although they swapped the last second.
Okay, that's interesting. I was wondering how this was going to go.
Keria might be playing AD carry.
Oh my.
Think about that. Keria could be playing AD carry this game.
That'd be very cool. Very strange, but very cool. All right, so it has been largely Gumayusi that has been playing Varus. Feels very strange to see him not on the Caitlyn, but that's just the world that we're living in. And I guess it doesn't really matter because the job is the same for these bottom laners on Tier 1 side, and that is make sure that Zeri never plays League of Legends.
Yeah, and Zeri can have a harder time than Lucian in lanes like this. Just not a whole lot she could do to protect herself. She doesn't have a lot of power at level 2 like the Lucian did. Like Carl pointed out really well in the space earlier. It's just that they prevented them from hitting level 2, crashed that wave, and went for the dive immediately. We'll see what happens this time around, but this comp is good. If you just look at these 5 champions here for Guangdong Freaks, this is a comp. This is a real comp.
It's good, yeah.
It's very meta.
Yeah.
But when you consider the bottom lane here and what just happened and the power of the poke, the immense ways and setup they have to pick people, it could be a disaster.
It's certainly good. Let's see if it is. We hop under the rift. Wow, T1 fans, top of their lungs, as you can hear. Let's see whether they're going to be rewarded once again.
It is support Caitlyn, was the question we still had.
Yep.
Seemed likely, but you never know.
You don't. You definitely don't.
You don't know till you see that item bot.
When it's Carrier, you never do. We'll see whether he takes Snap Trap first. That would be funny. He's not going to. And we'll also see how he's going to play this lane out. Because could be a few ways. Of course, it's pretty obvious that he'll be heading in a more lethality direction. Items are cheaper. It's generally the way that you are going to go there. But the main task for this Caitlyn is to
push the waves and hit people with autos.
Yes, hit people with autos in their face as much as you can. This ward doing a lot of good work, as Carrier is going to see it, and they're going to share some gold. And yeah, this is
So Halo Blades coming up here, obviously going to give her some extra power with those trades, and that's what you want if you're playing support Caitlyn, which is not, I mean, don't try this at home, kids, please. But if you are going to play this, that's what you want to get that extra damage through these autos. It's exactly what I'm talking about. And
he
in the
barriered for the trade.
Yeah, and he's still now at 1/3 health.
I love that.
Or okay, yeah, you tricked me for a second. I was like, I don't think he barriered, but yes, Carrier barriered, and now Hatayun is at 1/3 health.
Yes.
First time ever support Caitlyn.
Unsurprising, as he gets the headshot onto Moham there as well. Very good video out recently about the upcoming Yuumi nerfs done by Old Mate Freak.
Yeah, Freak said that Yumi's a melee champion now.
Yeah, basically he's done his very best to make as many lines of nerfs as possible so that people never play the champion ever again. And that is, you know, if that's going to be the first big thing that he does in his new role, I think he's already nailed it. I think he's already absolutely fantastic in his position. Fantastic stuff. Zeus, oh my goodness, if that Empowered Shock Blast had landed, Dudu's dead.
Yeah. Luckily, Dudu doesn't have to flash, but he's still in a really rough spot. His owner's going to come up here and try to set up for something against this early Maokai. Might just hard force the dive.
Well, let's see. There's the flash. Dudu is very, very dead, but can he get something back? The answer's yes, and that's an execution. All right, of course it is. Sure. Okay. What?
Well, he can teleport right back in here. Zeus, and he needs to, because otherwise he's going to be losing a ton of farm, but Zeus could just kite this out, back up casually here, and yeah, it's a Renekton that's desperately trying to survive, not touch a Sejuani to get kill credit, and it looked like he might actually get out. He almost did. He was on the edge of that turret range. And still is executed. Loses a little bit of farm time here, but otherwise very successful gank.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Dudu is just so low at this point, and Youngjae, if he tries to actually commit, then Zeus just turns on him. Yep, just doesn't hit the Sejuani ever.
I like Ona's flash is actually really cute there as well, because if, like, it hit, and it looked a bit weird, right? Because I think he could have just Arctic Assaulted to pick that one up. But he did it so that even if there was a slice or a dice available from Dudu, he was going to hit him regardless.
Yep.
Very, very cute. As Gumayushi is just trying to do what he can here. Does have to flash away, though. Carrier also misses the Peacemaker. But you can see the looming Piggy. Ona making his way in. And Winter's Wrath's going to come down. And despite the fact that a few things worked out, I think this still is going to go in the wrong direction. The Permafrost comes in. Ona survives. Carrier also lives. Moham's dead, and the Piggy goes down. But it doesn't matter. Look at all these minions.
Look at all the minions that they are not going to get. It is a repeat here going into this second game of the last one. Just a little bit different circumstances here. It's not the full dive with Faker coming down on set. Just
Dead Maokai. Look at all of this gold.
Now he's going to be picking up a fair amount of it. As pre-6.
Yeah, Bulldog taking a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, Bulldog, time to go home. I think it's time to go home. Getting nervous. Let's check this one out again.
What you just said has a lot more meanings than one. Okay, so Moham detaches here. They put a lot of damage onto Owner, takes one extra turret shot here. And Moham decides, okay, can't kill Carrier. Just gonna hope that I can get that last auto onto Owner. He does, just barely. Yumi's clearly OP. Glad we're nerfing that on the next patch.
It's autos, man. And we are nerfing those. So there we go. Glad you brought that up.
A dive that's executed with no flash from Owner. And it's still just beautiful, the way they pull it off there. Part of it is just the nature of what Varus and the Caitlyn could do, but also part of it was how they flashed it, how they played it at super low health. Like, they're just... This is the hardest skill check that they're showing us right now. And if this fails, the dive fails and the Zeri gets ahead, this game might just end at that moment as well, the opposite way. Like, if things go 10% worse for T1 there, then suddenly, this is a real game where we talk about Zeri scaling, and the laning problems aren't really an issue anymore.
No, 100%. No, you're exactly right. This is still a tightrope walk, and this draft gap is nowhere near the same as in game number 1. Game number 1, there was, like, T1 could do everything face up and still just win because their champs did stuff that were better than the opposing champs in the positions that they put themselves in.
Yeah, the difference in this game is that T1 can do those things if they play like T1.
Yeah.
Guess what? They're T1.
Yeah, and they probably will be T1 as Youngjae has to flash. Permafrost almost stacked up there as Twisted Advance to get on in. Youngjae is going to see what he can do. That's the wrong turret. He's still dead. And that's going to be Zeus picking up that kill. But Bulldog now to come on forward will be able to pick it up. Perfect execution is exactly that. And the young player doing fantastic work already.
Yeah, this was a bit of an overextension here for T1, and Zeus is just so squishy. You know, at this stage of the game, Dudu has level 6, so gets on top of him there, and you're playing with a Maokai could root. So it's really easy for that gap to be closed for Dudu there. This does, of course, allow Faker to get some extra push in mid. Looks like he might pick up a plate here just barely before he is forced back by Bulldog. But 2 kills to the Akali this early on in the game is amazing for Guangdong Freaks.
It is. Almost all the plates are gone, which is a worry. Nature's Grasp going to come forward as Carrier is going to sacrifice himself for the good of the colony. You love to see it. And that is going to make sure that at least Gumayushi survives.
Giving the kill over to Youngjae here is an interesting choice. Perhaps not what they actually wanted to do. I think giving the kill to Taeyun would have been much stronger here, but either way, another punish here by the side of Guangdong Freaks with these extremely aggressive plays from T1, just constantly skill checking, and sometimes you lose. As this isn't up being Youngjae going for the Twisted Advantage here, punching Zeus.
Oh, that's the solo kill! Dudu is going to pick it up. He was already smashing this lane, actually. Yep. There was that kill that went down earlier, but Dudu teleports back in, gets all of those creeps. And, okay.
Zeus pushed out of lanes once, now he's pushed out twice. Guma is going to get this whole turret here very early. But this game might not be about putting the Zeri down anymore. It might be about a fed Renekton and Akali. that are going to cause problems here in the mid game, while Taeyoon will just be farming mid and trying to catch up, is they actually can take this advantage and push it into a Rift Herald right now. We got a game on our hands.
My hands are covered in Game Wolf. I can see it here on my hands. All right, let's check out the replay one more time. As we were trying to watch this, the turret's going to fall down. That's all of the plates. Yeah. Bottom lane's still a disaster, but this was pretty cool.
Youngjae smashes him towards this Renekton, who has ult available, and Zeus is just so squishy.
Yeah, well, Zeus might also be dead again. He is. Taeyoon is going to go down as well. He's not the main character of this story. T1 are just going to walk up the bottom lane.
Put plates on those turrets.
Yeah.
They're trying to get an inner sub 10.
It's a lot of money.
This is just Kwangdong giving up bottom.
Yeah, Faker's going to come on over. The backflip does come forward. Emperor's Divide avoided. Very nice. Ace in the hole comes in, and Bulldog has to flash. Oh my goodness. That arrow did a lot of work.
So this is now a base race in League of Legends?
At 9.5 minutes?
Zaya's going to grab plate mid. And top side, we do see... Forgive me, those watchers. This is my first time on a game like this. I'm a little bit awkward about this. I'm a little bit nervous. But yeah, this is really greedy here for the plate from Zayas. He's just punished by Dudu.
Yeah.
There's not really much forgiveness for this one. That's just straight up greed. But up here on the follow-up, he's just chain CC'd here. Taeyoon tries to go for this and pick up some extra gold. Bit of a mistake here, how that's juggled, and he actually takes way too much damage, and Owner will trade it back. But still, picking up some money on the Zeri. 3 assists now she has.
Yeah, Zeus might be in trouble again as Dudu level up. And Zeus is running the wrong direction. That's his strategy. He can move him back, so I don't think that Zeus is going to die here or anything like that. And Owner is going to turn up as well.
One thing I want to say is that Kwangdong have really just committed to our bot lane doesn't exist. Let's make sure that top lane doesn't exist. And it might have been something that CV Max said to them during the break after that last game. But next time this happens, you collapse on the Kennen, you kill him, you actually make sure that he can't play the game. You change their weak side to be an extreme weak side. But now the lane swap comes through.
Yeah.
And this is where you have to actually commit heavier. Youngjae has his ultimate here, but he's not where he needs to be to stop this from going down. So this is just going to go down for free, and so much money is being given over.
Well, Taeyoon's still going to dive on in. There's the final chapter as Carrier with the barrier is going to come in. Taeyoon's dead. The Renekton also died somewhere on the map. Not entirely sure how that one happened. Ace in the hole flying towards Bulldog as Faker, still at full health, was making his way up. I liked the idea from Kwangdong Freaks. It did not work.
Yeah, I mean, the aggressive wall ride in from Taeyoon there, I think really speaks volumes to the player's mentality right now, is hoping that you can pop off and carry, hit a big ult, and grab like 3 kills there is your dream. That's what you're really hoping and praying for in this one, because you're like, oh man, we lost in inner bottom. We tried to trade back topside. We didn't get equivalent exchange here. This is not Full Metal Alchemist, right? They got the top turret. But now as they try to come over here and defend with this Yuumi and Zeri ult, the split is good, and you've just sacrificed your life. And you know, it's not the play. You're desperate, you're frustrated, you're trying to make something happen up here, but if T1 don't misplay there, you throw your life away.
And that is precisely what happened. 30 CS is the difference here. 2,000 gold, the lead for Gumushi. That's what happened. And this time, it wasn't because he killed all of the champions, although he's done a pretty good job of that as well. It's because he's killed 2.5 turrets.
Yeah, and he's about to he's looking for number 3.
Yeah, I'd say this is like, he's already up to 3, having, as soon as this plate goes down, I'm going to say 3. There it is. Chains of Corruption go wide in true Varus fashion.
They both have flash, and they both have insane range, so they're not too worried about the retreat here.
Oh dear. Ace in the hole is going to come in, but it's going to be interrupted. Carrier trying to flash out of this one, does not work. Puts down the snap trap. It's actually kind of cute how that one went down as Bulldog looks for the backflip, does not get it, and also Gumushi makes it under the turret, so he'll be fine. So 0 and 2 for Carrier. A little bit unfortunate on the Caitlyn this time around for the support Caitlyn debut. It will be a Chemtech Soul, so not a great one, not a favorite.
Not amazing, especially not for T1's comp, because they don't want any of these champions to be half health.
Well, Gumyushi just gonna have to try and get himself out of this one. Try and hope and pray.
There's the money.
And there it is. Taeyun's gonna pick that one up.
Finally, he gets his shutdown.
Yeah,
it's been a long time coming.
A lot of money.
Long time coming.
What was that, like 650 or?
I think it was 650, yeah.
It's pretty nice.
It's a lot of money for the Zeri, who needs to back more respectfully, but will.
Ow.
And the Maokai set up there, very good, punishing the greed once again for T1, but they're still trading up. You know, that's the thing. You get these punishes off not every time, but sometimes. But they're still killing the turrets. They're still stacking up that gold. And when we get to team fights later, oh!
Ace in the hole, going to be blocked by Bulldog. Very nicely done. T1 will move over towards the bottom side river. And it's looking like just the Rift Scuttler that's on their mind. Let's check this one out one more time. As while this was happening, we saw that Carrier aims the ace in the hole, but immediately Quantum Freaks walk over and kill him.
Yeah, he had a control ward and trap set up there, so I guess he thought, oh, I'm pretty safe to do this, except he revealed himself with that ult, and they just collapse and kill him. Then move on to Gumayusi, who just barely gets caught by Nature's Grasp, pushed back into Taeyun, picks up the 650. Shut down gold in the Zeri's arms, and this is still not a good game state, but things like this are what Kwangna have decided they're going to try to do is they looked for that lane swap, tried to deal with that top side, failed. That time Taeyun has 3 deaths this game, but this time finally the third real try, he picks up a kill, picks up some shutdown. It's not all good news, but there's some good news.
No, it is. And honestly, this is a game state that Quantum Freaks can work with, right? It's nowhere near the same difference as in game number 1, where it was kind of just doomed, right?
Yeah.
This is, you know, Taeyun being able to get that kill back. He does have his shield bow now completed, and when he gets to 3 items, he'll still be Zeri. He'll have a Yuumi. There's a Maokai there. The amount of peel is actually good. Bulldog's dive will be fantastic because there's so many squishies on this team. Zeus, okay, well, Bulldog's well, not quite dead, but isn't going to kill Zeus, but still, man. Bulldog's mechanics are pretty clean.
I was saying, he's really going to have to be an amazing player to get out of this.
Yes, very used to saying that, well, they've been caught and there's multiple people here, and then never mind, second activation of the ult, and he is absolutely fine. Snap traps go down. Quantum Freak's not going to be able to fight for this Herald, but who cares? It's fine.
Him getting caught there, or his greed to try to look for that pick on the Zeus, still leads to essentially his death, his lack of being around or being present for that Rift Herald take, so T1 will grab that one up. Not a lot of great targets for this one, outside of the remainder of that turret on the top side of the map. Everything else is gone, as it turns out. Your T1's already gotten those turrets.
Yeah, that's how you stop them, is you wait until all the turrets are gone and then they can't kill any more turrets. It's a flawless plan. And of course, it gets more difficult to get out onto the map and kill all these turrets if you don't have the kind of suffocating control that they had in game number 1. And that is sort of how things have been done.
Even though Zeus he was punished repeatedly on the top side, like, if you look at that, those isolated deaths for him, and I don't mean that he was by himself because he died with teammates often, but if you look at that alone, it looks like, oh man, this Renekton must be really, you know, in a good spot in this game. Not really, actually, comparatively, because Zeus has picked up so much of that plate and turret gold on the map that he has so much money sitting on 2 items. The Renekton is the only real frontline for the Zeri in this comp. Yeah, the Maokai kind of can be, but how do you front to back here against all this poke? You're going to have to be confident. You're going to have to be decisive. You have to kill 2 80 carries, basically, but one main threat. Yeah. And the Zeri, if the fight goes very long, can do it. But the game also has to go very long. There's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of conditions here.
And you also have to have a health bar. And Gumiyushi's doing a great job of hitting these cues and making sure that he... Okay. Ono just throwing that one willy-nilly. It's absolutely fine. Chains of Corruption gets
bullet hell.
A lot of dashes coming on in there as the Rift Herald going to largely be ignored. Is Ono in a bit of trouble? There is the Crocodile coming forward. Faker trying to get rid of Bulldog, but it doesn't quite work out. Now Bulldog on the run, trying to get out. Faker sets up the Sand Soldier and is going to be able to lock that one down. So mid lane and traded for the jungle, as Young Jay could be going down here as well, but the net not going to connect. Drake still on the hunt though.
Yeah, Drake's up. T1 could try to kite back and take it here, but they want more. They want to maximize the value of this trade. And with no Akali threat, they're going to push this down until the wave crashes.
All right, well, Prowler's Claw Dudu diving on top of Zeus. He does slice and dice and get himself out, but that was It's dicey, to say the least.
He will not be having that red buff. No, that will not belong to him. As T1, it's sole point for a Drake that we've often called irrelevant, but for this comp where T1 are the ones who are taking half the health bars away all the time, this Drake is really just not going to be very valuable. It's basically a buffer for the Elder to spawn at this point in time, but they'll take the extra stats here as this fight is just dodge that one, hold on, dodge the next one. Okay, wait for that Varus arrow, and he chains a corruption. Like, Taehyun's like, thank God I got a Yuumi in this game, or this is just not going to happen. They do turn and kill this Sejuani, but unfortunately when Bulldog goes a step too far, Faker reads it perfectly, and that's going to be a trade 1-for-1.
I really like the use of Emperor's Divide just to say, get out of here, Akali. Not in your Shroud, don't want to see it. Means that a lot of Akali's kit has to be used defensively to get back to the Shroud, or, you know, to try and get to safety. And so really, really well done there by Faker. Of course, knows the matchup extraordinarily well, demonstrates it right there. 3,000 gold the lead for T1, nowhere near the advantage that they had in the first game, but still quite considerable as we move towards 20 minutes.
Zeus freely side laning, Varus with some really nice wave clear to just push mid, and Faker is being shadowed, so the one vulnerable lane, the one place where you think you can maybe try to make something happen is just really tough. I mean, it's Yuumi Maokai trying to chase this one down. It just takes so much damage.
This is crazy. Keria is just walking at this inhibitor turret alongside Zeus, and he's putting down snap traps. He's just making it really difficult as Taehyun's going to take an ace in the hole. And Gumayushi looking for a little bit more. Final chapter comes down. Ona's happy to tank it, and this inhibitor's dead, Wolf.
Yep.
Like, what's happening?
I mean, no, there's no response because they try to make the Maokai rotation happen top. It doesn't work. If Maokai's bottom, you could try to set something up with your ult.
This game feels unfair again. Although it shouldn't be. It shouldn't feel like this.
It really shouldn't, but it does. And this is basically T1 saying, oh, CV Max, you like, you said this season's going to be a scrim. Well, we'll give you a scrim. Although most games that go like this, you cancel the scrim. You just say regame and you go to the next one. But this is a professional game, and T1 are just going to cancel the turrets instead. And
yeah,
they've taken 5 of them off the map. An inhibitor early at 2018, I believe, was the timestamp when that one got wiped off. They have insane wave clear. They have a massive lead that was initially pretty bloodless because it was just by killing structures. Now they're starting to actually get picks and get kills with the money they earned from those structures. Baron has spawned here. And we're not too far away with the lead that T1 have with the double lethality versus this area that's only on 2 items. I'm just saying, we can start this up and turn on you. And maybe we're there now as they do clear the last part of this vision away.
There is, you know, that one way that Kwangdong Freaks gets back in is by winning a fight while T1 are trying to do Baron, getting the Baron, and then really turning this game on its head. But with this bottom lane inhibitor gone, it makes getting this Baron so much easier for T1.
And even though Dudu has teleport here, he can't really come into this fight with a TP because he's going to be so far away from everything. Knows how deeply T1 push away all the wards. There's no flank angles here. They checked twice, thrice to make sure there's no renekton flank.
Yeah. Well, that inner turret is also going to go down. Bulldog has to go back to base, and maybe that just means T1 walk over to the Baron and take this one, because look at all the darkness that Kwangdong Freaks have to trek through in order to make it to the Purple Worm.
No TP wards, nothing, no options here. They have to kind of siege their way through the jungle. There's a Maokai ult.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp to come in. That's a brilliant Glacial Prison to make sure that the Maokai can't get anything done. But can someone get out of here is the question, as Emperor's Divide gets rid of Bulldog, and Faker just sweeps him up on his way out. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Ona might fall down, but honestly, he's done his job. Fantastically well done. Picks the right angle in order to escape as well. And T1, they just lose Gumayushi. They trade it for Bulldog and a Baron, and you take that every day of the week. And now they're looking for even more.
He's going to push mid, try to get a second inhibitor here.
Oh, Faker is just massive, by the way.
Shadow
Luden's
Flame.
build with Shadow Flame just complete. Has an unbroken stopwatch as well for even more safety.
And he's set up this Sundis turret, which feels just unnecessary at this point, but
any super creeping droids? They head towards the Nexus turrets, Wolf.
Gonna be a second inhib. At bare minimum, as Guma's respawned and headed down mid, and they can just go back 30 seconds until the Drake spawns, and that will be the Elder spawner, plus the Soul, which, again, it's helpful, but Not really. If this was an Infernal Soul, you would feel so bad right now as Quantum Freaks. You still feel really bad. So this ends up being the pick onto Guma, but Faker has just had Bulldog's number all game long.
His Azir is pretty good. It's just pretty good. And he'll pick up yet another kill. Gumayusi now getting the transform on his Muramana. As T1 just look to secure this soul. We'll see whether they do get it. T1 and Zeus and Gumayusi chilling here in this mid lane. Nature's Grasp once again as Faker shifts the sands to get out. Owner is going to break up the brambles as Youngjae gets into the backline carrier, trying to keep himself alive as the Zeri is starting to have a moment, but it stops immediately. Youngjae also going to try and twist and advance his way around this one. Bulldog flashing after getting that shuriken onto Faker. Finally some revenge, but the game, I think, is just done. Dudu and Moham, they are left alive, but these Nexus turrets are not going to be so lucky. Look at a Jace just mow them down.
What a series we witnessed tonight, Atlas.
we definitely witnessed a series. Goodbye, Moham. You will be remembered as Dudu. I don't even think he wants to. Gumayusi's there, but he just can't. He can't get access. Hail Arrows comes down, and Gumayusi's dead. And Owner is just going to get out his flail and finish off the Kwangdong Freaks. There goes 2-0 for T1.
That was such a unique set of drafts, and both drafts for T1, they said, we could just take the edge that you've given us and play a standard game, but that would be very fun. Let's play a let's play a draft that tries to punish you even harder. Let's play a unique and different playstyle. Let's play the both busted 80 carries in the same lane, put Carrier on that support Caitlyn, and it almost felt personal in some ways in this series, the way that T1 responded to the draft disrespect, because I think that is the best way to describe what happened here tonight, is draft disrespect from Kwangdong Freaks, a team and a coaching staff that should know better.
Yeah,
than to let T1 have these champs. Yeah,
you're precisely right. I think that after that game one, it is so difficult to mentally get your way back into the series. And I think, honestly, in game 2, admirable effort by Kwangdong Freaks, because yes, the bottom lane, a complete disaster yet again, but they had somewhat of a plan. Dudu also, great performance on the Renekton in the early game. Bulldog had some moments as well, not to mention Youngjae. He was a Maokai, he was a tree doing tree things, but still did not look tilted out of his mind like he could have been after what was a game with zero agency in game 1. He just couldn't do anything.
These teams were both tested in a game state that we never see, and T1 played the macro really well. When we did see the lane swap and the commitment to diving top and trying to force Zeus, T1 didn't flinch, they didn't get upset, they didn't get flustered. Guma, great impression here.
Yeah.
But not for one moment did T1 flinch there. They just pushed bottom, calm and collected, like they've seen this 1,000 times, even though it's the first time we've ever seen a game like this. And Kwangdong Freaks made some good decisions too, and they also were quick on their decisions, but they were still one step behind T1 that whole game. And we can, I think I could honestly say I'm pretty impressed with that game too from Kwangdong. Draft considered, game states considered, they gave it a real try, but our most one-sided series of the season, it did dethrone D+K versus Liv Samra.
It did. And I thought that was going to be a difficult task. As it turns out, you just have to wait for T1 to face off against one of our bottom half teams. And I say bottom half because I don't think Kwangdong Freaks are 10th. I don't think they're 9th. As far as how we feel this team is going to land as far as the end of the season. So if this is what happens when Kwangdong Freaks meet T1, there's a few more series that I am even more frightened of.
It's a really tough series to judge, because the narrative about CBMax saying the season is a scrim is one that a lot of T1 players have experienced as well, with the time having Danny on the roster right back in 2021.
Yeah. And that actually ended up, in the end, working out quite well. So we will have to keep an open mind for Kwangdong Freaks. However, it hasn't started doing the good stuff yet.
And what I want to say about this too is I think for a long time you get some kind of plot armor, some narrative armor as Kwangdong Freaks and CBMax here is like, oh, well, we were just scrimming this season, you know? And like for a first few losses, you know, you lost against HLE, team that looks weaker than expected. You lost to Brion. We could go, okay, well, still early days. You have some pretty egregious drafts here. You lose 2-0 to T1. At some point, we stop saying, well, you know, CVMAX is still figuring it out. Like, at some point, we will stop saying that, and it will become tragic. And I think this will be one of the last few games, I think, where we're willing to say, like, okay, this team needs time. Because some of the decisions in that draft were very disrespectful. In T1, they disrespected them right back, especially in Game 1.
Oh, yeah. This game number 2 required a little bit more work from T1. I honestly felt like, as they mentioned on the space, Game 1 was over in about 4 minutes. This took a little bit longer than that, and yes, T1 were having a bit more fun. We saw our very first support Caitlyn, which was kind of cool. Bulldog here having a bit of a moment, being able to find Faker and get some revenge. The game was over at that instant, but still, let's have a listen as T1 finally finished this one off. Big smile on Gumiushi's face.
Wait, we gotta finish, we gotta finish. I don't know if you can end, but try. I think I don't know if they're talking about ending or killing him, because owner's coming over. Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. I don't know if you can kill him and try, and then owner comes to end. Well,
let's have a look at the damage numbers here, as Zeus doing the most in the end. Very weird that Dudu had such a good time at the beginning of the game, and then things went horribly wrong.
I loved how Faker played this game. He identified there is one problem, it's the Akali, and he just, I mean, Bulldog only did 7.3k damage in this game. It feels like he should have done more because he was so scary this game, but Faker just said no in some of those critical moments. I think if Faker messes it up, or if Bulldog assassinates Faker, this game gets a lot closer, gets a lot more interesting, but Faker had several of those big Emperor's Divides and really good reads on where Bulldog was, even when he didn't have vision.
Yeah, I think the bottom lane is where it all comes down to, right? Once again, it's a story of Keria and Gumiushi picking champions that vastly outrange their opposition. Their opponents then have to play the game without a bottom lane, which then means you're basically 3 versus 5 the entire game. And that isn't fair, because the game is supposed to be 5 versus 5. I did that math myself. What did you think?
I thought it was admirable. We're just trying to save the day. You know, today it was 2 very one-sided series after what was a chaotic yesterday. So we're just recovering a little bit. You know,
we are indeed, and thankfully we also have 2 wonderful gentlemen standing alongside at the space to try and once again salvage one more time. Let's see you there.
Thank you, casters, for casting that series. Yeah, we do have a lot to say about this one, especially because we saw Game 1, we saw the way that went, we saw the draft, we're like, okay, probably can't do this for this and this reason, right? And then we went to Game 2, and then they did it again, Chronicler, and we were not very happy about that. What did you think about this Game 2? What were your thoughts on the draft?
Well, I was not a fan of the draft, which is why you're asking, and we've both been kind of molding over it, because the Caitlyn support specifically, even though I felt it was great, really fun that Keria pulled it out, styling, showing his mechanics and showcasing what a double range spot lane can do. When played out well, when you've pry on every lane, everything looks good, right? But the core issue to me is that regardless of this Caitlyn coming out, it could have been Ashe Faris as well. It could have been Ashe Heimer. Like, there's a number of picks here that will guarantee that your bot lane again has no agency. And we have literally seen that Liv Sandbox actually realized this after they got blasted by D+. And then guess what? Bot lane right now is really important. The game is fairly snowbally. Whichever bot lane gets a lead can usually push that very well. And you need to be able to fight for priority. And this draft had none of that. You go for the Zeri Yuumi. The moment that was locked in, we knew what was going to happen. It wasn't the cleanest game of T1. And like the rest of the picks didn't really end up mattering that much because, well, I think the highlights that were shortly going to show it best because it's just...
The thing is like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to pick the Zeri into this lane, you know what T1 are doing. It should be very apparent. You're basically asking, you know...
You can go Zeri Heimer.
Yeah, like Atlas said, it's like, you're just kind of giving up your bot lane. You're just like letting it go. The most important lane right now. You're just giving it away. You're like, sure, go ahead. Good luck to you. And like,
but Heimer was there.
Yeah.
Like waiting. Like Zeri is one thing. Obviously, Zeri is always going to struggle in that type of matchup. But why?
Yes, maybe testing things, but I think the time for testing is over, especially after we saw it in game 1, and then T1 just kind of flexed even harder and spooned even harder. So anyway, guys, let's take a look at highlight number 1, because again, this is going to look very similar to what we had for the first part of the space for this series, because it was one bot lane dive, a little bit less clean, I suppose, but the bottom lane was already over, but this put the nail in the coffin even deeper.
Very clearly the same game plan, and the Caitlyn Varus then were able to get there. The Curls were able to get 2 plates even without jungle intervention before this, like just absurd amount of pressure. And then they got an inner
9 minutes.
At 9 minutes. And some stuff is happening on the top side of the map. You know, some T1 members got into some trouble. Who cares? It doesn't matter, right? At this point, the map is already so broken up, and the bot lane's already so accelerated that it doesn't really matter what you do as Kwangdong, because I actually think that individually they played a lot better. I think their mental really has to be commended, because that is a very tough loss. Youngjae had a great rebound game after a series that clearly he took very much to heart. And we're just highlighting this because it's fun. This is actually a build that is very reminiscent of one that if you watched the POG stage 2 years ago, you remember the POG lab, our very own Kisan, one of the observers from the LCK, loved this type of Caitlyn build. Going for lethality, going for a lot of early aggression, and going for basically being an old bot. Didn't really quite get that far in this game because, again, the game state was really wacky. And this pick could have been Ashe. It could have been anything. That's kind of how I feel at this point, as going for the Kempak Chainsword I think makes a lot of sense into Yumi. Would have not minded in solo queue. I saw some tweets that he actually went for the Duskblade. Same thing, right? Like just get a ton of ability haste and try to spam people down with your ultimate.
Yeah, that was pretty much the way that went. Again, there were a lot of ways to avoid this. We didn't have to see this kind of game. Also, T1 didn't have to, Wolf made a great point. He's like, T1 kind of, they were like, oh, you're really going to do that? Okay, well, guess what? Support Caitlyn then. Like, they're like, okay, we're going to slap back even harder. And they did a really good job of that. So let's see who got POG for game number 2. As this one, kind of hard to pick. It will be Owner, actually, who does pick it up here on the Sejuani.
Tough one for me to pick as well, because again, the game state was very early on, extremely messy. Owner, though, gets off an incredible early game gank, actually able to have a similar impact on the Sedge that he did on the Elise, which in of itself, kind of insane. Really, really like that. Gets executed here as well, meaning that doesn't really matter, right? Don't really give anything up, and helping out with the bot lane. Again, I want to reiterate, 2 plates at this point, or just shy of 2 plates, is already down. And unfortunately, as we see, there is very little to be done. And from this point on, the game was basically done. I personally went for Faker. I think him being able to keep Bulldog down was actually one of the few angles that possibly could have gotten Kwangdong back into this game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a very spread amount of votes. Not that much, actually.
Wow.
Oh, look at me.
Look at the EN cast and the EN analyst. Wow. On the same page. Also 1 vote for Varus, because why not? I mean, that could be also a vote where it's like, okay, well, the game was all about this guy.
Which is true.
Or this situation, in the, like what's going down there in the bottom lane. So, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you could basically vote for anyone. Like Zeus, you were even thinking about Zeus, could have been him as well. Either way, guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to Jisung for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season 40 PUG interview. A team that is currently on a 3-match winning streak. The PUGs are Owner and Keria. Congratulations. How do you feel, Keria?
일단
It feels great to continue our winning streak, and I believe Kwangdong was a very strong team, but I think we were able to put up a great fight and keep our, winning streak going, so it feels great. Same, I watched, Kwangdong's VODs, and I was pretty sure they were also performing great. They had great potential, so I'm glad that we were able to get a win against them. We had a lot of fun picks today, and we had set mid by Faker and also attack speed cannon for Zeus as well. Tell me about it. I mean, we were actually practicing this comp very often, especially for me, Caitlyn. But we were not able to, get our hands on it. But today, finally, it got unleashed, and I was able to have a lot of fun. And Owner, you were going all in for the bottom lane turret dives. It was mostly because, I had Prio in the jungle, mid lane as well, so our bottom duo was also having a great setup for a turret dive. Game number 1, Faker was so clever with his moves. He was placing a ward in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret on the mid lane. So whose idea was that? I think it provided so many information. We practiced, this kind of a comp a lot, so we really wanted to get into the details, where we should place the ward, how we are going to play with the vision. And Faker was able to set up a great environment for us, and we were able to get the information of the enemy jungler, so we were able to make plays out of it. Keria, congrats on getting a POG as a support role, and you got POG twice already so far. So let's take a look at the replay. That Ashe arrow. The snipe was so powerful. Fiora actually got hit by it. Did you see that coming? I mean, every time I throw my arrow to the top lane, and I think 8 out of 10 times it always lands on the enemy top laner. And also Zeus was doing a great job on the top lane, so I was able to make some great synergy. I was like, yo, in 3 seconds it's gonna be a stun onto your enemy top laner. I throw my arrow to top lane and always finds the enemy. Keria, would you like to share any tips to other support players in order to get the POGs? Don't play Yuumi, Nami, Lulu. That's my tip. In game 2, we actually saw the first ever Caitlyn support of the LCK. Tell me about it. Zeri Yuumi or Lucian Nami, they're actually pretty weak in lane early on. So I was like, is there any way to punish it? And then I didn't see any option in the support champion pool. So I was like, maybe I should try Caitlyn. And we were able to punish them in lane. And Owner, in game number 2, Sejuani, was always on the front line taking so much damage, which is not really that fun, How was it? Well, I think you guys also already saw it, my face. I was really unhappy playing Sejuani. It was starting from the draft. But still, Sejuani was really, really a good pick to complete our comp, so I was on the Sejuani duty. Owner, when are we gonna see your Nidalee? I'm actually, having a matching outfit with Nidalee. A lot of people are waiting for your Nidalee on the Rift. Well, to be frank, in game 2, I was pretty vocal about Nidalee pick there, but they never let it through. They were like, nope. So I will keep working hard until the day I get to play Nidalee in the LCK. Your next match is the Saturday Showdown up against D plus Kia. How are we gonna prepare for that one? D plus Kia is really they're explosive right now. They're on a great momentum, so we will do our best to prepare for that series. I know this is a very hyped matchup. A lot of people are waiting for it, so we're gonna do our best and get a clean win up against D plus Kia. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation, as always. Carrie is like, don't do it if you're not me. If you're not on T1, don't do it.
There was immediately, I think, as soon as it was locked in, it was a Marcoon tweet saying, if you're not Carrier, if your name doesn't start with K and end with area, do not pick this. Do not pick Caitlyn's support. As if that's going to change anyone's mind.
It won't.
But you really shouldn't, because one of the things we often say about Carrier is how he could be a solo laner as one of the very few supports because his hands are this good. So he gets away with stuff like this.
He is one of the guys that probably could. Let's take a look at the standings here after this game and after this day. It was a couple of very one-sided matches, and T1, they are still 1 point behind DK, but still, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about their situation.
For sure. For T1, business as usual. This is what you expected. This is what they got. They styled on them. That's really what happened. For Kwangdong, I'm going to reiterate, this team, to me, if they lose some of the stubbornness in drafts, maybe look a little bit more at the kind of flexibility that Sandbox showed, which I know you're giggling, I know they're not going to, but I'm going to reiterate it anyway, is to me a lot better than expected. Bulldog has been kind of a standout player. Youngjae had a great second game as well, so maybe bring June back in. There's a lot of stuff that I think this team can do, but, you know, Spring is all a scrim, so we'll see what actually ends up happening, and maybe they will stick around there together with Nongshim and possible. I actually don't know which other teams. Like, I feel like it should be Bro and Sandbox, but Sandbox has been pretty good.
Yeah, they're on the rise. Tomorrow we do have the games that you and I are going to cast, Chronicler. This is DRX versus Nongshim Red Force. That will be the first one, and then we do have Homolife Esports up against KT. Definitely a couple of matches that it feels like it could go either way. I mean, on paper, maybe you would say DRX and Homolife Esports are kind of the favorites, but again, early in spring, anything can happen. Maybe we see some more crazy drafts like we had today.
And that second one is actually quite big because, of course, KT taking kind of an upset loss, Hanwha Life, self-explanatory. So for both of the two teams, really want to look for a win tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pretty quick day of LCK today. Sorry we didn't have a couple more games for you guys, but make sure to join us tomorrow because they should be a lot of fun as well. So thanks for watching, guys, once again. We'll see you tomorrow here at the LCK.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we talk.
Oh, Vega just flashes in the Everfrost is extraordinary, and neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
2022 World Champions that will not fall.